$5,000. Cash payment to anyone who can prove that what lying son of a devil Farrakhan is preaching is consistent with the lessons, supreme wisdom, of Master Fard Muhammad Elijah Muhammad's representation of his teacher Master Fard's teachings.
Assalamu alaikum, sisters and brothers. Sulaiman Rahim here. Let's come and break us 7 seals. Bear with me for a minute. I have a small technical problem. Be right back. Almost there, brothers and sisters, if you can hear me. So, okay. All right, done. Mm-hmm. One more thing here, brothers and sisters. One more thing here. One more thing. All right. All right. Done.
$5,000. Cash payment to anyone who can prove that what lying son of a devil Farrakhan is preaching is consistent with the lessons, supreme wisdom, of Master Fard Muhammad Elijah Muhammad's representation of his teacher Master Fard's teachings. $5,000. Cash payment to anyone who can prove that what lying son of a devil Farrakhan is preaching is consistent with the lessons, supreme wisdom, of Master Fard Muhammad Elijah Muhammad's representation of his teacher Master Fard's teachings.
Okay, brothers and sisters, Assalamu alaikum. Problem solved. Those issues. And again, they never step forward. They never step forward to claim that $5,000. That in itself speaks volumes. One thing here. Doing a sound check quickly. Okay, brothers and sisters, I'm going to follow from yesterday. Hopefully, maintain a decent sound quality. So much happening right now, brothers and sisters, and things are about to jump off. Things are jumping off, actually, but they're about to hit the boiling point. And there's a lot at stake here. So, you know, as I point out, no one has, as far as I know, no one has pointed this out before. Injil is primarily about the Levites. You turn to Exodus, the Levites. very seldom talks about the elect. I mean, talk about them, but very little said they couldn't be deceived. But most of all, it's about the Levites. When you look at it and break it down about the Levites, and it became so bad. I mean, why is it so? Well, it's so dramatic. All this trouble with the Levites, and they're not even part of the tribe of Shabazz. And Jonah, he had give up on them. In fact, Elijah gave up on him also, and so did the God. Well, they didn't give totally, but they came very close to it. Well, I mean, it depends on how you look at it, because it's two paths there. One path, they totally give up. Another one, they kind of like, let's try one more thing. Let's don't cut that tree down right now. Let's give it a little more fertilizer. Right? Well, don't shut the door right now, because they're on their left hand from their right. Stuff like that. Okay? And this is primarily God talking. But even so, the suffering of the Lamb is because of the Levites. Not some because of the elect. I mean, he sacrificed his entire life, everything, with no expectation for anything for the Levites. Primarily because a promise was made to them, and we keep our promises. So they cannot say, because it says, I'm not paraphrasing, it said, we sent a band to you, and you didn't sing, we sent a dance, you didn't dance, nothing moved you. It said their heads would be hard as a rock. So it said, son of man, I'll make your head as hard as flintstone, because flintstone breaks rocks. Nothing you say can move them, will move them. And finally, the last effort will be fire. Personally, I don't think that's going to move them either. There was a question about that, because it says there was a number no man could count. That means maybe it's not a number at all. No one survived it. And I've wondered over and over again, they don't know me at all. They think they do, they don't. They don't. If you go to war with someone, emotional war, that's better than intellectual war. Because emotional war, it's like the weather. The weather changes, okay. You're cold, next thing it's warm, okay, you're cool. Hey, man, it's cold out here. But then the weather changes, oh, you're cool. The same thing in emotional war. Because you're emotional, and once your emotion is satisfied, because emotion is a quantity. Emotionalism is a quantity. You get mad, you don't stay mad forever. You get mad till you get revenge or whatever, and then, so it's a quantity. Right? So you usually drop it on the person that caused you to be angry. And once you drop back on them what they did to you, then usually, that's an eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth, so it tells you the quantity. And once you relieve yourself of that quantity, then everything's cool. You might be friends. Quantity. And so in an emotional situation, right, once you avenge yourself, whatever, maybe, you can be friends, maybe happy, just forget about it. It's done, because it's a quantity. You unload it. You talking about the C-bomb. You unload and say, do them double as it done to you. So once you've done that, it's over. If they survive it, it's over. But it's an intellectual war. That's another story altogether. Because no emotion involved. That's why it says Son of Man said he didn't have the heart to do this. He wasn't doing an emotion. So he didn't have had in mind. I should have brought the quote. So he don't have the heart to do it. But he did it. And it'd be very devastating because it's come at intellectual level. You say it was mean or evil. He knew it had to be done. And it's based on mathematics, so he said, this has to be done. So he does it. It's not emotion. And that, you can't, because there's no mercy, anything involved in that. You say, okay, I got to get rid of all these rats. There's rats, right? I mean, you don't want rats in your house. It may not be an emotional situation. It might be a little cute little mice, but hey, you don't want rats in your house. So you eradicate all of them. It has no emotional content. And they go on this mental war. I keep telling you that. They've been eradicated intellectually. That's why it's Angel. So they're fighting emotional wars. This is an intellectual war, and intellectual says they cannot be redeemed. So what would you waste time for? No emotional, not emotional content there. They can't be redeemed. You must get rid of them. It's an intellectual thing. And you don't want to go to war on the intellectual level because your pleading, your crying will not benefit you at all. Yeah. Yeah, they crying. Oh, yeah, they sent this baby. You know, I mean, the destruction of Noah's during that Noah's time, that was intellectual destruction. Because, right? You said, well, get rid of all these. If they went in the ark, we had to get rid of all of them. If you was emotional, you said, man, look, let's don't get the children. Let's don't get the babies. You see? No, it wasn't that. Said. They had to all be eradicated. And that's what happened. Same thing in Sodom and Gomorrah. See? Lot's wife had an emotional response. So she died bitter. She died bitter because she couldn't take it. Because she had an emotional response to it. Now I say people don't know me at all because the point is, personally, right? I'm not having emotional content this at all. I mean, like I said, the devil does a favor, right? Because the point is there adversity to us made it turn to diamonds? So how can you get mad at something that improves you? How can you get mad at a force that turns you from coal into a diamond? See what I'm saying? So we should thank you. If you like from an emotional point of view, okay? It's like a furnace. Once you purify the gold, you turn the furnace off. You don't need it anymore. That's it. Mental thing. I try to tell people you got to separate the mental from the emotional, and they're not able to do it because the thinking process is corrupt. Let me give you an example. Most people, almost all people, in this day and time, because they think on a two-dimensional level, when they confronted with any information is weighed against their feelings, their current feelings, their current surroundings. A little slide example is, one of the reasons why America was allowed to have nuclear weapons and stuff like that, because people feel safe. Oh man, nobody can protect us. So all of a sudden the gays come out. Remember, it was in the closet before they was hiding. We were protecting them. God, nobody can get us. So now all of a sudden they come out. That's no sad story. But the point is that they look at the situation, the information they get, they compare it to their emotional state, which is wrong. So if they feel good, they're happy, then that's where they're going to look at it. You could tell them the house on fire. And they feel good about it. Are you sure about that, man? You know, the person that's in bad shape, I mean, they're unhappy, right? Well, they'll take the information and they'll act in a negative way. In fact, in fact, a message like the angel would probably have more effect on those people than anyone else. Why? Because they're already in bad shape. So when you tell them all these bad things going to happen, they can relate to that because they relate to their bad condition, and they look at, oh, it's going to be, because they have somebody, they compare it to their bad condition in right then, and so somehow, and it's kind of, it's kind of interesting. But yeah, about more, that doesn't mean they're going to go in the right direction, but it means they can feel it. See, they can relate to it. That don't mean they're going to do anything about it, but they might. They can relate to it. But a person that everything's mellow or everything's good, they got a good relationship, whatever, right? And it's not going to hardly register with them because they can't look at it. They can't detach themselves from the emotion and say, "Hey, this is what's supposed to happen. How would it affect me? What would these things be like?" They won't weigh it. Won't do that. They compare it against themselves. This they're on right now. That's a problem. That's a big problem Levites have. You can't get them out of it. Or you keep telling them, "Hey, man, there's a fire down there." Well, fires come up, but they mellow right now. They ain't feeling it. They're not feeling it. Fire's on the way. They ain't feeling it. They feel the fire when it gets there. Like I said, those disbelieve, they like them whether you want them or want them not. But they ain't feeling it. I mean, it doesn't relate to their current situation. It's like it's alien to them. They don't feel it. And you can't get them out of that. You can't get them out of that. Because I see a disaster coming, and I look at myself saying, what I'd be like? See, that motivates you. Okay, let me put it another way. So I'm pretty much an orphan, right? My father was gone when I was 14, my mother was gone when I'm 9, right? So I started saying, well, what am I going to do? I didn't look at my current condition. I said, what am I going to be like? If I don't do anything for myself, what am I going to be like in 10 years from now? I'm going to be like in 20 years from now. Yeah, that's what I started thinking. Well, how will I be if I continue like I am right now in this situation? And I started changing. I said, okay, I'm going to be 50 one day. What kind of condition am I going to be in? I'm going to be there one day. I will be there. I said, well, I need to start exercising. I started preparing for that. Because I was looking how. So therefore, right now, I'm in very good condition. I mean, everybody get amazed at me, because I prepared, because I was looking ahead and say, in other words, I was investing in my future self. See? Because you got people that invest in their current self, which, yeah, you should do that to some extent, right? But if you look at yourself right now, that means the situation right now, say you whoever you are, say Laverne 2025, well, Laverne 2024 made you, created you. So if they didn't give a damn about you, this party, they didn't give a damn about you. So now you're in bad shape. You got diabetes and everything else. Because Laverne 2020 didn't give a damn about you. They cared about what they was doing right then. So now you got diabetes, you're sick. Because you didn't invest in Laverne 2025. They partied 2021. So now 2025 is suffering because 2021 they give a damn about 2025. So my situation right now is because I looked ahead and said, let me Well, how I want to be when I get there. When I get to be 70, I'll be 77 next month. How do I be there? Let me start preparing now. I exercise, start studying. Do I want to have Alzheimer's? Do I want to be in a wheelchair? I want to be an invalid? Somebody have to take care of me? I'll be living in projects? No, I started investing in Suleiman 2025 way back in 1960s, 1970s. And so now I'm getting return on my investment. And right now I'm investing in Suleiman 2020, 2040, 2050, when I'm 89 years old. I'm going to be there one day. Where I am at that time is based on how I'm investing right now. And so you're looking at things not working for you. That means well, did you invest in that? Well, why would you expect a return when you didn't make an investment? He's out there partying, having a good time and everything else. So now, okay, you got memories. How's that working? I don't know if that makes any sense to anyone. I try to tell my children, they don't hear, listen either, because they got Bill Cosby on their mind, that bullshit. It says, you have to invest in, when you look in the mirror, you're seeing a return on your investment. Not Jesus, not Allah, not Shiva, not Buddha. You're seeing a return on your investment. So that way, okay, well then tell Jesus to go to get your dialysis for you. You see anybody pray diabetes away? Oh, Jesus, please give me his diabetes. You seen that? Because that's the case when you ain't doctors, would you? Oh, I just go on. I'm going to go to the preacher, and he's going to say, we're going to pray. I'm going to pray this diabetes away. So that bullshit. Let's move on, brother and sister. I can't. That's why I said that's fire comes. It's going to burn them. Normally, that would be the end of it, because the point is that as a crying when the fire comes, it's all over for you. But that's a mercy for the Levites. That's their last chance. Tribulation. The last chance. Everybody's going overboard. And Jones said, but yeah. At some point he said, man, why can't I keep suffering for them? They don't give a damn about themselves, and why should I give a damn about them? You said that philosophy, or like the same thing in Mark. As soon as the man got his mind back, he wanted to get the hell out of here. What about the rest of your people? That's some attitude, but remember, they're the descendants of Esau. It's Esau, right? He was problematic. He sold his birthright for a bowl of soup. So then he got mad, right? Because God honored it. And so, okay, now I'm going to give it to Jacob. Well, hey, it's mine. Well, no, you sold it to him for a bowl of soup. You didn't care about it. You didn't give a damn about your inheritance. You didn't give a damn about yourself. You did that to yourself. And now you want us to take and make up for we want you to care more about you than you care about yourself. It was all yours and you gave it up. And, Jacob cared for it. He put an investment. Yeah, he stole it. What did he? He tricked you. He was making it better. He cared for something, and you didn't give a damn about it. So why should we acknowledge your case when you show you didn't give a damn about it to begin with? We say possession is 9/10 of the law. Let's move on, brothers and sisters. Now, this guy here, we're going to talk about this. See, Probably had to do two parts because I got a lot to talk about today. So, right. But anyway, I'm going to talk about this a little more later. But see, we don't understand this whole idea about demons. They're not going to talk about it. It's clear biological. It's clear biology. And in simple terms, the devils were living off us. They were living off that's Holocaust. They were enslaved. When you enslave someone, it means you're living off of them. You control their energy and you living off their energy. That's what enslavement is. I mean, you're taking advantage. You're taking something that you control the energy for yourself, your purpose, not for theirs. So it's like a vulture. You eating their flesh. Right? And that's what they did. It was eating our flesh, literally. Because the point is, the energy that we need to maintain ourselves, they was using it for their purpose. It was killing us. It was actually literally eating our flesh. For hundreds of years. Hundreds of years. That's why that's one of the few things that really get to me when I see these fools fish pumping them. Because you have any idea what they're still vultures. When it is, like I said, they're still eating your flesh. They're still eating us. We're still here. You working at McDonald's, ain't you? You working at Popeyes, right? You giving them your energy. Are they paying you for? They can't pay you for what you're worth because they did. They would make a profit off you by definition. A profit. See, all these things are very simple. A profit means you're giving something less than what they're giving back to you. That's a profit. I mean, how else can you make it? Somebody go out there and you got a salesperson and they go out there and they make $10,000 a day for you and you pay them $1,000 a day. Yeah, but they put enough energy to make 10,000, but you only give them paying for 1,000. This is very simple, but I know you don't understand it because as long as we hear they're eating our flesh, they tell us what to do. We work for them. By definition, that's why capitalism is enslavement, but they tell, oh, no, you're not enslavement. You know, it's like, I don't know if this registers or not. And I've been trying to find that video, right? It's a long time ago. With this line, it took down the zebra. It took the zebra down. And the zebra's laying down on the ground. It's alive. And the lion is eating the zebra, eating his ass. And every time the zebra lifts his head up, try to get up, and he would lay his head right back down. I used to think, that was amazing to me. Because he's eating the lion, he's eating his ass. And the zebra goes lay his head up, he lay it back down. He still gives his ass. Why not just fight and kick and get out of there? A lot of us in that condition. But they're eating us. We're literally being eaten here. If they consume your energy, your flesh is energy. So in other words, you don't want to call it that, call it whatever you want to call it. But if they're eating at your energy, that's even worse than your flesh. Your flesh is just a characteristic of your energy. Right? Your flesh is energy, your eyes, all this energy is just a representation of energy. And so the point is, they're going even deeper than that. They're going to our soul, if you want to call it that, because the essence of us is energy. And they control our energy, and they're eating our energy. They're using it for their purpose. They're eating our energy. They're eating us. They're literally eating us. That's why I call him the mouth. He's multimillionaire. Where does he get that money from? He don't have a business anything. We don't understand. I try to make it simple. And as Elijah Muhammad said, the truth made so simple in the fool and error. And if you understand that, if you really understand that, then you know the only solution is to get the hell out of the way from these buzzards, or get rid of the buzzards. Either way, they're literally eating us.
Do you then believe in a part of the book and disbelieve in the other? What then is the reward of such among you as do this but disgrace in the life of this world, and on the day of resurrection they shall be sent back to the most grievous chastisement? And Allah is not heedless of what you do. 86 These are they who buy the life of this world for the hereafter, so their chastisement shall not be lightened, nor shall they be helped.
All these clowns are eating you. They're eating your energy. They're feeding you shit, and they want you to give them money to maintain. They're eating your energy for their energy purposes. They're taking your energy because everything's all energy. Everything's energy. So they're consuming our energy. They're living off us, all of them. Ask you for money, support. That means that's the nature of the conversion, but it's still taking your that's capturation of your energy. They give them money, support them. They're not supporting themselves. They're supporting off energy you're giving them. What they give you return. They give you shit. That's symbiotic relationship. Same thing Master did, right? We take and we get them go out and farm, make potatoes for them and onions and corn, all that stuff, right? And what they do? They eat it, they turn it into shit, and they gave us shitless to eat. I mean, that's poetic in a way, ain't it? I mean, well, the shit ain't. But the point, you understand what I'm saying? Why they call it shitless? I mean, that's like, it's kind of poetic. It's trying to give you a message. Because that's exactly what it was. They gave us shit, but you don't, they're trying to get you to see the direct connection. We was producing for them and they was giving us shit in return. They was converting to shit and we was converting the shit to gold. And they was burning the gold to shit. We was eating the shit and giving them the gold. They was taking the gold to food and they were turning the shit. And they go out, eat it, turn the shit, and we was eating the shit. And that's the symbiotic relationship. And that's what they want to maintain. They was eating us. And feeding us shit. They're still doing it. They would call it shit. Or you say, oh, well, it's not shit. Well, I eat shit unless I don't eat shit. I don't care if they feed you hamburgers or steak. Are you getting back amount of energy? In other words, are you getting back energy from them that they're taking from you? So if you work on a job, for instance, exploitation, that means right, you giving them more energy than they're giving back to you, or they wouldn't make a profit. If you employ, you're being eaten. I know you too much about you understand, right? I'm being eaten, just like you. Master Muhammad was here. He was eating. They threw him in jail and everything else. Control his energy. He got the hell out of here. He came and did his job and got out of here. Because as long as we stay here, we're in buzzard land, we're going to be eaten. Only difference between you and myself is I could stop being eaten. I can get the hell out of here. That's why I said sacrificial lamb. He stayed here and suffered, made sacrifices, and try to stop you from being eaten, get you out of here. At some point, right? Move on. That's what's happening. That's the bottom line here. They take your energy, control your energy, use it for their purposes. They're eating you. They're consuming. Put it that way. They're consuming you. Okay, is that easier for you to understand? That's what consumption is. They're consuming your energy for their purposes. What they giving you in return? They're giving you shit in return. I said, a shit farm is equal to a gold mine. You want shit? I mean, like I said, it depends. I'm trying to get you to understand mathematically how things work. Because, all the food that you eat, well, how did it grow? It grow out of shit. What do you think fertilizer is? But that's where the point is, like I said, do you want to control the process? Move on. Oh, here we go with this later. Might as well go ahead and play it.
I gotta do this. Do you mind? Yes, I'm gonna do something. I don't want to put my brother on the spot. See, this is this. This is something else. Love and faith transcends color. And the reason why we embrace Father Flavor as a brother is because we find him on the battlefield of justice, being a true disciple of Jesus. And the last thing I'll say is, you'll never call us racist.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Because this day that we honor
Yes, sir.
Master Fard Muhammad, if you see an image of him, put his image up.
Yes, sir.
That's the man whose father was a black man and his mother a Caucasian. And how many of us have a parent that's a Caucasian or grandparent? It's not about color.
Yeah.
It's about our submission to the will of God. And in that we find common ground in unity.
Yes, sir.
So I'm only one shade lighter than you. And Mustafa may be 4 more shades lighter. We a family. Let's stay a family, be a family, and love each other as God would have us to love each other. We love you, Father. Happy Savior's Day. I had to do that. We love you. Go ahead. One more time, brother.
First of all, he's not honoring Master Muhammad. He's dishonoring him. He's shitting on him. There's no lesson, nothing Elijah Muhammad said in his writings that anything to do with that lie dog just says. What he's saying is that we should stay here and continue to be eaten by these other buzzards, eating our flesh. See? That's what he's saying. Because the whole idea is stay here. Buzzards they need something to eat, like parasites. If we leave, they starve. But we their meal. They're like dead bodies. If we come alive, they can't eat you. They're the ones come alive. That's what characterizes us as being dead. See? So they call them like, hey man, just stay here, stay there, so we can still eat. But that's how they're living off of. Well, Elijah, no. I keep telling you, Master Muhammad told him to get that money, not for himself, but show them how to use it. They don't know how to use their money, their energy. So that's what Elijah was doing. That was his primary job, is to show us how to manage our energy. That's what Master Muhammad taught. Show us how to manage our energy management. It's on a lower level than Suleiman would do, but still energy management. Do for self. Do it for yourself. Do things, control your own energy, control your own environment, control your own neighborhoods. You have to teach energy management. Right? Limit amount. I mean, they were still eating us, but limit the amount that they could eat us. As long as we're here, they're still going to be eating, right? But limit it. Minimize it. If Pharaoh come along and say, no, we're going to get a full meal off of you. And right here, I mean, let's talk about the Quran. What the Quran says. When I take Jews, and isn't that God Christian? He's a priest or whatever. So what even the Quran says, don't I take them for friends or protectors. But you got the jinn, House of Assad over there. America's their protector. It's all bullshit. It's going to change in a minute, though. Let's move on. See here? What is this? They're eating our flesh. They're consuming us. And Farrakhan's in love with them. But he consuming us too. He's one of them. If you understand that, you understand the only solution is to get the hell away from here. But that message doesn't register to you because, hey, I got me a car, man. I got me a job, man. I got me a little apartment, man. I got me a hottie, man. I got me a TV. I can watch flat screen. I can watch NFL, NBA. So they and it's what's the word? And I can't say that word properly. Anesthesia. They got the anesthesia. Well, I can't say it. Right. Get numb down. That's what you do anesthesia, right? So they can cut you up and you don't feel it. That's what they anesthetize you. Right? So now they consume you and you don't feel it, but you're still being consumed. People are being consumed. They're about to be totally eradicated. I don't think I can get into all the different things they're doing because there's a lot of stuff. I talk about some about music. That's what, but I tell myself, I says, nothing's going to work until that four winds blow. That's what it says. So I keep rationalizing. I say, well, why does I keep talking then? Why I keep talking? But it says they're not going to get until the four winds blow, and that's fire. But see, I know about resonance. That might help. But it will help some. Right? But if I hit them, at least they won't be comatose. If I wasn't doing this, they'd be comatose hospital. If fire comes, they just get burned up. So this activates them to a certain degree. So if fire hits them, they'd be able to move, run or something. Their ass might be on fire, but they still be able to. Because I'm giving them information that energizes them for their benefit, they don't recognize it. But if like I said, this information is on higher wavelength, higher frequency than what they're doing. So it's overcoming them. But there are people blocking it from you getting it. Then you got your attitudes and you got your devil mind. And you, like I said, you convert that information based on how you feel. It's going to break through in a minute, but it's going to take a major event to break through. Okay. Master from comes in. That war resumes over there. When his economy, this American dream, great shaking. This chapter set in 6th verse, 6th seal. Shake it to the core. And that's when this message is going to break through. It's effective now. With all your defenses against it and all the blow block stuff, right? It's diminishing it. Let me put it this way. It's like, say you need a bath, right? You're outside and sprinkling. Well, you're getting wet, but you ain't enough to take a bath, right? But you're still getting wet. It's drizzling, right? I don't know if to give you a bath, but you're getting wet. But people are feeling it. You can see But the other ideas, but you got the demons. Let me move on, brothers and sisters. I'm going to get distracted here. Let's move on. Don't want to get distracted. I got a lot to talk about here. I can explain these things, but like I said, it takes a lot of explaining. Like I said, and I know that 90% of you, if not all of you, is not going to make any sense to you until the four winds blow. It says, it tells me these bones don't come alive until the four winds blow. That tells me, man, why I'm wasting my time. Why am I talking to dry bones? I know it's not going to move until the four winds blow. That makes me stupid? Like I said, that's resonance. Because the four winds blowing, let me say it this way. Our people's resurrection depends on the angel. That's their lifeline, period. That's their lifeline. And within that is the 5 pillars. That's their lifeline. That's being blocked right now. Before winds blow, right, that breaks down all the barriers, put that away. But someone's getting through, it's just that it's not getting through because they got barriers up. You know, it's like you put plastic up against something, somebody get through. It's like a sunglass, right? Some light get through, it's just the bright light don't get through. That's why you do it. Save as many people as possible. Let's move on. See? That's what they're about. They're vultures. Let's move on. Okay, let's get to the main subject here, brothers and sisters. The warlord. See, Joshua was a warlord. They call him the Messiah because he's the Lamb. See, the thing is, the lifeline of our people is the angel. But the angel was locked down, protected. That's why it was still protected. Because without it, you will not survive. That's the only, it's your lifeline to get through this to the hereafter. So it was protected, right? It says, but it would take a great deal of energy to break those seals, more than the devils could do. It's protected against them. But it would take a great deal, otherwise they would have done it. So the person that does it has to be willing to do 100% energy, 100% effort, 100% sacrifice to break those seals to get at your lifeline. It said only Lamb was not able, said worthy. This is use the word able. Because you able, but you ain't worthy. Because you got other agendas. You're clinging to the earth. I got this, I got that. All distractions. He gave her everything. You're not willing to give anything. He didn't have to because nobody made him do it. Nobody made me do this. I stopped doing anything I want to. Then the scripture says, oh, I know somebody said, oh man, you better do it because you supposed to, well, that's no stress. This happened a while. Right? And it's like they quoted something. I shouldn't go into this. Well, he says, what was that servant who said the Lord's delayed, my master delayed, to start beating up on the servants, his servants. Right? This happened to some people I was dealing with a while back. Right? Because they was doing some stuff that wasn't kosher, so to speak, right? And so, you beating us up, man. That means you must be the evil one because it says, this goes back to the time of Obama, right? That delay. And you saying the time is to be delayed, so now you're beating us up. So you must be the evil one. I said, okay. That's what you want to call it, call it. Now I'm talking about me. See? But that's what you want to call it. That's what you see it, mine. Just get the hell out of here. Mm. Some people may see it now. I don't know. No matter. At any rate, well, let me get into this, brothers and sisters. And see this? Ooh, one mistake. Hold on. Oh man, hold on, brothers and sisters. I'm either slipping or at Alzheimer's or something. I tell you, I know they're trying to give me a stroke because you can't believe the things that like, nothing works anymore. TVs don't work. Nothing works. Right? My wife looked at me and said, "Calm down." Right? Well, I am calm, but yeah, idea what you're up against, brothers and sisters. I keep telling you, but you don't get it. Okay. That happened. No, I changed. Oh, yep, yep, yep. That's true. That happened. Somebody got into that. Well, anyway, yep. I know I changed it. That's pretty sure. Okay. Mm-mm-mm. That's unbelievable. My brothers and sisters. Let me make a couple changes here real quick. Mm-mm-mm. Mm-mm. Ooh. So it'll take a minute. Mm-hmm. Unbelievable. Come on. Mm-mm. There you go. So I'm gonna have Alzheimer's, brothers and sisters, because I know I changed this. And somehow I got back to where it was. So, okay, let's do this. Hmm. Okay. It's unbelievable. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. Okay, see if it gets back changed again. Mm-mm. Okay, see what happens this time. Mm-mm. Oh boy, I tell you. Okay. Mm-mm. Okay, I got it. Oh, unbelievable. Okay. Okay, so I'm going to show here. Now this is the thing here, but I'll just real quick. I mean, it's not that important, but oh no. Okay, I'll leave it there. Let's explain it. Okay. This is the ark. It's also Angel Key. This had the last configuration. So this represents the heavens up top here. This represents the earth, the new earth. Now in this case right here, I didn't include the quote, but it says that when God told Moses return, and said Aaron had destroyed everything, messed up everything, caused all kind of confusion, right? So God was angry at him. He told Moses, he says, I think I'm just gonna get rid of him. Somebody didn't know why. I think I just get rid of him. I'm gonna make of you a great nation. Get rid of him. See, you understand the angel key here to understand that. See, when Moses came back, he made the golden calf, what you call it, the jinn here. That's no story. I'm not going into details. See, this represents new earth. They're outside the kingdom. This represents heaven, new earth. So God was going to get rid of this all together. That's what it's talking about. See, he said he'll make a new, because remember, they're Levites. I mean, the Levites are Esau. He was going to make a new nation out of Elijah himself. That's this one here. Just get rid of these. And Moses, no, come on, let me work them a little more. But see, this is Elijah here. If you understand the angel kid all. This is the danger of NOI, and they don't understand it. When they should have been up here, they're out here outside the kingdom, the earth. And they're here with the jinn, right? They constitute us to themselves. Because remember, the ark is floating on the waters. The waters represent tribulation. So both are going through tribulation. Both are going through tribulation because they're going through tribulation over here, and the jinn are going through tribulation over there. That's what said powers of heavens be broken. So they're going to go to tribulation over there, and they're going to tribulation over here. Both of them are cast outside of the kingdom, the earth. They're still part. I mean, they still. Well, but they still part of the kingdom in the general sense, but the heavens actual, right? They're outside of that, and they keep doing this to themselves. So maybe they understand, maybe not. See here, because see, they would see where it says seven thunders, seven abbreviation for seven thunders, seven churches. They should have been. It should have been. That's why he said, I make a new nation out of you. They wouldn't do it, so I make a new nation out of you. Elijah used these. Esau also. The Levites. That is. Couldn't give him do anything. Then you got this. Here's the angel. He's putting all kinds of fruit. Now, The people that are saved, they're going to be saved because this tree is producing. Without the angel, it says there's no way, the only way you get in through the Lamb. No other way in. They tell you that. Scriptures tell you that. The angel, that's the only path in. The angel. And Suleiman's producing all kinds of fruits, all kinds of breaking all the verses down, everything else. That's the information you need. Right? But the other two trees, they ain't producing anything. Nothing. Everybody's trying to work with them. They just cut them down. They're not producing anything. Zero. Say, well, no, they can. They just don't. You say, well, he's just smart. No, that's not the way it works. I mean, okay, if you go to the gym, you see like Arnold Schwarzenegger or whatever, the Hulk, whatever. What do you say? Oh, they strong because they just strong? They just strong. How do they get strong? They put the work in. It don't matter if you're retired or whatever. If you go in there and you can lift, you're going to build up muscles. If you don't build a muscle. Same thing. You want to build your brain or you don't want to build it. You study, you build your brain. If you don't study, you won't. They go in and say, oh, man, this is sore. I'm getting sore. You damn right you're sore. With difficulty is ease. Anytime you grow, is resistance. The soreness means you're growing. They say, oh, man, it's sore, so therefore they don't grow. They don't want to do it anymore. Same thing in mental. When you're confused, that means you're growing. Your brain is that same thing. That's the equivalent of pain, right? A soreness is when you're confused. Oh, man. And you work your way through the confusion. And now you got it now. The pain goes away. You're not confused anymore. But they don't see that. They say confusion, they stop. So if you see the Hulk out there, you know, damn, they had to put that guy, man, you know, unless you're on steroids, and even if you're on steroids, you know, he had to put a lot of work in to get that. You know, nobody walks down, nobody get out of bed in the morning and all of a sudden they look like the Hulk. It just don't happen. You look at it and you say, damn, they had to put a lot of work in to look like Arnold or whoever, Mr. Atlas or whatever they call those people. You can see, look at them and know how much effort they put in there, how much they invested in that. Same thing with the angel. Same thing with intelligence, right? If you invest in it, you'll get it. If you don't invest, you don't get it. So you're walking around ignorant, stupid, because you're ignorant, stupid because you haven't invested in learning anything. You don't know anything because you didn't invest it. You was part in an MBA and all that stuff you was doing, and so therefore you don't have it. And then at some point in time, it's just too hard. Like if you wait till you get 60 years old to go to the gym, yeah, it's gonna be a lot of pain. You still get it. Yeah, you know, I spent 4 hours in the morning and I just came back a little while ago. Well, actually, I worked on this for a couple of hours. I go in the afternoon too. Keep that blood flowing. See? Keep myself in good shape. It's not going to happen overnight. It's like, lightning bolt hit me in my ass. So the reason they're not producing, the same reason why that person right there don't have any muscles, because he don't want to go to the gym, he don't want to lift. Oh, it's too hard. That's why. If you got muscle, you can build it. If you got a brain, you can build it. Simple as that. So that's the consequence. The consequence of not building muscle is that you're going to be weak. You'd be too weak. If you get in a fight or something, you ain't going to survive. The consequence of not building an angel is that you're not going to make it to the hereafter. If you do, you're going to make it there in everlasting shame and torment. You're going to be an animal. You're going to be a beast, a gorilla in a cage. You see people walking around right now that's mentally challenged. Nobody respects them. They try to take care. We're not even going to do that in the hereafter. Because everybody have to take care of their own self. If you can't take care of yourself, then you're lost. Nobody will sit around here and try to baby you and diaper you and all that kind of stuff. It's not going to happen. They're not producing because whatever reason, that's on them. We don't care what the reason is. We don't care what the reason is why you walk around 100-pound weakling. We don't care. We know you didn't put the effort in, and so you get the result. You get the consequence of being that. If a fight breaks out, that's on you. They didn't put the work. Angel said 2,000 years. And I run into it around 40. I'm 40 years old, around 1990, back into it. I'd seen the book before. I mean, it was Elijah had it. I didn't, if it was so easy, I would have picked it up right back then. When I got into it, was hell. Once I figured out, oh man, what it was all about, that was really hell. But then I had to make a choice. Right? So I'm going to go in this gym. I'm going to go to that level. I'm going to be the Hulk, because that's what I'm going to have to be. Lift this, I'm going to have to be the Hulk. Do I want to do that? I don't put that kind of effort in. I want to be the Hulk. But the Hulk is the only thing going to save our people. Damn, I'm a 100-pound weakling, man. I made the choice. And so now you get the result. 35 years. Studying, headaches, trying to figure stuff out. It wasn't easy. Not easy even now. Even going figuring out new stuff. Work on new equipment. Like I said, there's a lot of scripture I haven't really got to yet. So work on new equipment. Because these pieces of equipment is different. You can't say, well, I know this piece and the next piece you know. Everyone's different because you get more information. So it's still a headache. It's still hard work. And then once you get it, then try to translate it so you can understand it, so people are going to understand it. None of this came easy. That's what it takes. And there's a consequence. And ask for that. Right? But when the time comes, it says the lamb and the elect, they're out of here. They have to go to not them to go to tribulation. They already escaped the gravitational vortex. They put the work in. Levites didn't put it in, so now they got to go through it. And personally, I don't think they're going to make it. I don't see any evidence at all. It tells you right there, you need these two books right here. They give them a spot. What do you call it? Like what do you call it when you get a leg up? You don't have to get the whole Injil. Just get these two. They won't do that. Just get these two books. 7 Thunders, 7 Churches. Because without those books, they won't make it. Tribulation. They don't have no one that's giving it to them. They don't have any leaders. Nobody cares about them. Their own people. I'm a Shabazz. I care more about them than own people care about them. Because I told you, all this I'm doing is for them. It ain't for the elect. For them. And I ain't asked for anything out of it. I don't even want to do it, tell you the truth. Because see, Jonas Joseph guy, he watching his mouth, man. He got mad at God because why you keep, let's just move on, man. Be genuine, move on. Not proving anything. Just cut them down. Wasting energy. It's wasting energy, but they ain't gonna produce anything. They haven't produced anything. Nothing, zero. Look at something else here, brothers and sisters. Maybe a good art, but anyway, I think you get the picture. That's one of the problems we got. So one of the main problems is these demons. The son of man, right? Well, the main objectives you have is to take these demons out because they're the ones eating us. See, if you got wolves in sheep clothing, they're the ones eating the lambs. But you don't recognize them because you look like sheep. Or you know, it's why you eating the lambs? You're supposed to be a lamb. We got sheep or eating lamb. So that causes all the sheep to be nervous because they don't know who's who. They see some sheep eating lambs. Hey, they don't trust none of them. That's our situation. We hate each other. We're scared of each other. We're paranoid because we got all these. But see, the bottom line is I try to explain it. See, all these things can be explained if you just think, but nobody wants to think. If you had house niggas doing so-called slavery, Holocaust, right? Well, they was master's children. They was the raped children. And master was living, I told you, they was living off us. They managed our energy. They was living off our energy. We was the slaves. We was living off our energy. And so was their children was in the house. The house niggas was their children in the house. If you saw the movie Django, they had nice clothes. They had food and everything else because they was master's children. Blackface children through rape. You understand? So they was living off us. So once we broke the chains, but they tell you they freed us. Well, I'm not going to go into that, brothers and sisters. In fact, I see right now I'm going to have to, this is going to be a whole week long. There's so much to say here, brothers and sisters. Right? If you're paying attention at all. So once they're they couldn't, see, I'm going to go into that more detail in a minute. Right? But the point is, remember, they're living off us, and so was the house niggas. And when they had people come and tell us, motivate us, right, and say, you got to be good, you know, tell us religion, all that. Well, it was one of their children. Or y'all be good, obey master, all that kind of stuff. They was living off us, eating our flesh, or consuming us, if you like, if that makes more sense to you. They're still consuming us. But the thing is that once we were no longer in master's field, under direct control of master, we still under control of master. It's not direct control. He has less control than he had before. But we're still here in his house. It's not in the kitchen, so to speak, right? We're still in his house, still consumers. Well, this children says, Master, what we gonna do? Wait, he told him, no, you live off of them. You ain't gonna live off of us. You ain't gonna eat our flesh. You're not gonna consume us. You keep consuming them. If you understand that, that's what you got. Jesse Jackson, Al Sharpton, all these Christian preachers, Farrakhan, they're all vultures living off us. See, we the Nation of Islam down there, and they living off us. They're eating our flesh. It doesn't matter if they believe in this stuff or not. They're living off us. Because these politicians, all of them, they're all demons. Not to mention the demons that just live in our neighborhoods. But they're the leaders. They got the churches. Who supports them? You do. Who supports Jesse J? He's a millionaire. How you get to be a millionaire? After all these guys, they live it off of you. They're demons. They're master's children. Master told them, hey, you can't. They won't go in master's neighborhood and live off of them. They won't go in there and build a factory in their master's neighborhood. They won't go out and build a store in master's neighborhood. They won't go out and do anything out there. But master, you won't even car dealership or nothing. Because masters will get the hell out of here. Live off of them. You live off of us. You understand? That's what's going on. How do you all get rich? They're living off us. Through my energy. That's what's going on here. They're the vultures. You see? I'm trying to make things clear. But like I said, nobody's, well, my experience, nobody's paying attention to this. I tell you, I say, you know, it says this gospel preaching all the world. All the world. And somebody come and tell me, well, I'm just restricted to America. How are you paying attention? And that's clear. That's comprehensive. So I know they're not really paying attention. They're not learning anything. But if it was paying, you would make those type of mistakes. And it's dangerous to make mistakes now because consequence. Tell people it tells you in Injil last day, even a word out of place will get you thrown in the fire. People they just don't get it. They just don't get it. That's why it says the fire will have to come. Burn them. Maybe they'll survive that. But that's what's going on. All these people, and what's their so-called son of man out there and Ben next way? Stay here. For reparation, stay here. Because they are feeding off of us. They don't want us to leave. None of them talk about leaving here. Because they are feeding off us. If we go, look, if we wasn't around, if we left here, what happened to Farrakhan? What happened? These guys have nobody to live off of. They not live off each other. Or their church would be dried up. Oh, they wouldn't have anybody to live off of. They can live off the devils. So obviously, once you stay here, Farrakhan, if we go, who is going to live off of? It follows the devil. He has no inheritance with us. This is not an analogy. This is it. They're buzzers. They was told to live off of us, and that's what they're doing. It doesn't matter if they believe that Christianity or not, which most of them don't. But now they got this prosperity thing going. If you listen to what they're saying, what they got to do with so-called Bible anyway? Now they got all these clowns there, they claim they represent Elijah. They're not representing Elijah. They all ask for money. Living off of us. As long as we stay here, that continue to be the case. And some of you don't mind. Hey, eat here. The message of the covenant, brothers and sisters, there's three things they don't talk about. Message of the covenant, which is in Malachi, I'm going to show you in a minute who the message of the covenant is and what the covenant is. Remember it says, those who believe part of the book and disbelieve the other? Joshua is trying to get you off the menu and get you home. Talking about the Levites. We're going to have the problem with the elect. And they fighting him all the way. He's trying to save them. He's not asking them to worship him. No, that's not even interested in that. Just trying to get you home because the promise was made. But that's going to exhaust, because if you keep resisting, somebody's trying to stop you from drowning, you keep resisting, they're going to let you go because you're going to drown them too. If I keep going, they'd drown me right along with themselves. I'm not going to be here during tribulation. I know when will I go tribulation with these people? You know when will I would do it? I see what they did with Master Muhammad. I see what they did with Elijah. Fell for Farrakhan. I mean, Elijah, the bed was still warm. They turned against it overnight like that. I said, and here when they be saying, Farrakhan, I'm like, yeah, he just Farrakhan. Tell us right, man. Give us the truth. It, you know, that shot they're doing, they did the same thing for Elijah. Just go look at some of the videos. He came to the Levites. He says, remember, there was two resurrections. The first one, they had no spirit. That was the Elijah one. But soon I will come. That's what they accepted. People said in dark, seeing the great light. That means they were still in darkness, were in light. It said, people, did you pay attention to these things? And the people said in darkness, see the great light. Who's the darkness? You know, because they painted black, that's no story. But they were, why was they in darkness? Elijah, how did they get in darkness? was still, so because Farrakhan put him back in darkness. That's somebody asked me, why? How come y'all wear this with no? Because there ain't no eyes in darkness right now. There's no light there. Move on, brothers and sisters.
Malachi 3:1. Behold, I will send my messenger, and he shall prepare the way before me, and the Lord, whom ye seek, shall suddenly come to his temple, even the messenger of the covenant, whom ye delight in. Behold, he shall come, saith the Lord of hosts.
See there, brothers and sisters, right there, right in Malachi. They talk about the messenger. They say messenger last one. Is that what that says there? It said messenger's last one. Is that what that says right there? It says the messenger covenant will come after him. They never mention him. Oh, Elijah, eternal leader of nation Islam. Nobody's coming out. Wait, that's what they're reading from. They're being part of the book, this being the other. Read yourself. I was not a messenger, Elijah. Prepare the way before me. Who is me? He's the Lord. And the Lord you seek, he's the Lord. He's talking about, prepare the way before me. That's the Lord. That's Solomon talking. And the Lord who you seek, that's what he went to the Lord. You get confused? They tell you who the Lord is because the Lord you seek, that's the messenger coming. He's the Lord that he's talking about. He says he was coming, but they say ain't nobody's coming after Elijah. It's right there. He's the eternal leader of nation Islam. Let's look at the next one. Now we're talking about the covenant itself. The mention of the covenant, let's talk about the covenant. Let's see what's about the covenant.
Genesis 15:12. And when the sun was going down, a deep sleep fell upon Abram, and, lo, an horror of great darkness fell upon him. 13 And he said unto Abram, Know of a surety that thy seed shall be a stranger in a land that is not theirs, and shall serve them, and they shall afflict them 400 years. 14 And also that nation, whom they shall serve, will I judge, and afterward shall they come out with great substance.
Now they talk about this. They talk about this. They talk about Malachi, Genesis. They talk about this, right? Okay, let's see what's the rest have to say about it.
Genesis 15:18. In the same day the Lord made a covenant with Abram, saying, Unto thy seed have I given this land, from the river of Egypt unto the great river, the river Euphrates.
Uh-oh. Well, how can I mention this part? They don't mention the covenant. They say Elijah's last one. That's not, we just saw the verse. What about this verse here? Well, they don't mention it. They said they said we ain't going nowhere. They calling God a liar about messing the covenant. And they call God a liar here because they said we're not going nowhere. So how the hell they represent Elijah Muhammad, Master Muhammad, in the scripture when scripture clearly says, right? This part they don't speak to. Same verses, right here in Genesis, when they talk about our captivity, it says, and tell you exactly where we're going. Arabia. That's our land. There's two right there. They don't mention In fact, they go further because they call God a liar. They say, ain't no mess with the covenant. They don't even mention it. They don't mention the covenant either. They call God a liar in both instances. Look at the next one. Now, who is the messenger of the covenant? Let's look at that.
One. Now after the death of Moses the servant of the Lord it came to pass, that the Lord spake unto Joshua the son of Nun, Moses' minister, saying, To Moses my servant is dead, now therefore arise, go over this Jordan, thou, and all this people, unto the land which I do give to them, even to the children of Israel. 3. Every place that the sole of your foot shall tread upon, that have I given unto you, as I said unto Moses. 4. From the wilderness and this Lebanon even unto the great river, the river Euphrates, all the land of the Hittites, and unto the great sea toward the going down of the sun, shall be your coast.
Okay, brothers and sisters, you get that? Joshua's the one that follows Elijah, not Aaron. He bypassed Aaron. Why? They tell Aaron, no, Aaron's the one. No, Aaron deceived the people. He deceived the people. He was deceived. He was a liar. He tried to turn their hearts back to Egypt. A demon. But that's not what they tell you. So how can you square what they're saying with these scriptures here? They tell you who the messenger of the covenant, who the messenger of the covenant is, because he's the one that take you to fulfill the covenant. He's going to take you back home. He's the messenger of the covenant, the one preaching the messenger of the covenant. Farrakhan's not preaching. He tells you not going nowhere. He says, Elijah's the last one. But then in this case here, well, how come if he's Aaron, how's he fitting here? Because he bypassed Aaron. Now after the death of Moses, the servant of my Lord came, that the Lord spake unto Joshua, son of Nun, Moses' minister, saying, Moses, my servant, is dead. So the torch is passed over to him. Let's look at the next one. There's more to this.
Five. There shall not any man be able to stand before thee all the days of thy life, as I was with Moses, so I will be with thee, I will not fail thee, nor forsake thee.
Now he's talking to Josh. He's not talking to Aaron. He's not talking to Farrakhan. Plus, Farrakhan got his ass blown up with radiation pellets. So was God protecting him then? Right? Removed, he wasn't a man to begin with, he was a coward. Pissing the shit in a bag, castrated. That protection says, I will be with thee, I shall not fail thee nor forsake thee. But it was a failure of somebody's part. If that's Aaron, that's Farrakhan. Anybody would try to curse, any man would try to curse, say, I will be with you as I was with Moses. Wait, come on, Joshua, not Aaron. And Joshua is the one to take you home, but Farrakhan said, we're not going anywhere. So he can't be Joshua. Can't be Joshua now, can he? Move on.
6. Be strong and of a good courage, for unto this people shalt thou divide for an inheritance the land, which I swear unto their fathers to give them. 7. Only be thou strong and very courageous, that thou mayest observe to do according to all the law, which Moses my servant commanded thee. Turn not from it to the right hand or to the left, that thou mayest prosper whithersoever thou goest. 8. This book of the law shall not depart out of thy mouth, but thou shalt meditate therein day and night, that thou mayest observe to do according to all that is written therein, for then thou shalt make thy way prosperous, and then thou shalt have good success. 9. Have not I commanded thee? Be strong and of a good courage, be not afraid, neither be thou dismayed, for the Lord thy God is with thee whithersoever thou goest.
Now you think the guy with Farrakhan, right? He said, obey the law. So he didn't say you need atomic bombs, you need weapons or guns. No. The law is your defense. We're going to explain that tomorrow. We'll go over it again. Because you understand the nature of the system you're in. Farrakhan doesn't know. Even the devils don't know. He's a demon. He wouldn't know anyway. When you understand his nature of the system, then you know how to protect yourself. We live in a pressure system. Once you understand how pressure works, you understand that you can protect yourself from anything that they can throw at you. But you need to understand the way it works. Like I said, why don't mention this? Why don't mention the covenant? Why don't mention the covenant? And why don't mention Joshua, who is the messenger of the covenant who takes us home? When they say we're not going anywhere, they say Moses is the last one. Nobody after him. You know what they say? Right? Nobody's after. And then we ain't going nowhere. That's totally against everything Elijah Muhammad taught. And it goes against this scripture right here. Totally. It goes against what God's saying, because he's the one speaking here, according to them. Okay, I'm just showing here, I'll talk briefly, brothers and sisters. This is a result of the force placed upon them. You understand vectors. See, most of us don't understand vectors. They can't get you to understand anything. The mathematics of force. Vectors. People, you can't find a handful of people that know what even a vector is. But yet still they're affected by vectors every day. You're affected by vectors in everything you do. By the time you came back, you was affected by vectors. we use blue sperm. Every action has an opposite equal reaction. That's vectors. So why, when you learn the language of force, but pressure is force. You live in a force what's what I want to call it? I wouldn't want to call it a force system. Anyway, right? It's all force. Force and pressure, same thing. Okay? But you don't understand how force works. Every action has an opposite equal reaction. That's force. That's a fundamental principle. It's consequence. Most people don't know we're into that. This is the force. You know the nature of the force by the reaction. So if we under the force of America, culture, language, everything else, then this is the result. This how the force affects us. This result of the force applied to us. So this ain't us. This is the result of this, and also tell the nature of this by the effect. You know the nature of if you see a wind leaves blowing, you know a force. You can't see the wind, but you know the wind is present because the leaves are blowing. You don't have to see the wind, and if you can tell the direction of the wind by the way the leaves are shaking, and you can tell the intensity of the wind, how fast they're shaking. So you don't have to see the wind, but you know that's the nature of the wind by the effect of the wind. So you know the nature of devils, these devils, God, Magog, and Antichrist, are the effect it has on our people. So you see, that's who they are. They're the niggers. Niggers make niggers, but they tell us we're niggers. We're the effect of what you did. Because if we was angels, we'd be acting like angels. So that tells you who they are, because you see the effect of what they're doing to us here in our system. That shows who they are, not who we are. It shows who they are. Because we are the reflection of them. Look in the mirror, you see a reflection, right? We are the reflection of them. And what you see a reflection of, whatever you put in front of that mirror. So we're a reflection of them. That's them. When you see it down there, that's them. That's the devils. Magog and Antichrist, we see. You see the effect of that's them. They said us. No. Them. You understand that? Try to make things simple for you, brothers and sisters. See? So if you got a balloon underwater, who do you blame? The balloon? Or you blame the force that's pushing underwater? Kind of blaming the balloon. He blaming you because he's one of them. Are you wicked? Sinful? You got to repent. F you. I'll be nice today. I'm going to be nice. Right? See what I'm saying here? Man, you can't control yourself. Well, I shouldn't even respond. I should just, anyway. Anyway. See? I should let me move on. See? Because you can be ignorant too, right? So I can just get worse because just trying to, anyway, move on. That's what he's doing. He's the accuser of our brethren. Like I said, they be cast down when this war resumes. He's blaming us. Are you wicked, sinful? You got to know, but he don't want to blame the forces that's bringing that on. That's the reflection of the force that's applied to us. So you know what the force applied to us looks like by looking at us. People. See, here's the example you see. This was like we were before we came here. Warriors. Get an example, right? Okay. So then capture us, right? And like balloons in right now. Under their control. We blame the manufacturer of the product. So now it turns to this because that's who they are. There's angels that would have wings. You understand that? But Pharaoh said, no. That's where we, no, that's not where we are. Like Muhammad didn't never say anything like that. Neither did Master Muhammad. That's Farrakhan's bullshit because he's one of them. So what happens? Once we move the force that turns us into this, return back to our natural state. That's just the way it works. So what's the solution? To get the hell away from them. Then we'd be outside. You cannot be happy being other than yourself. You cannot be happy someone else control your energy, your managed energy. You can only be happy if you control it the way you want it. If you like ice cream, if you like vanilla ice cream, you buy vanilla ice cream. That's what you like. But if somebody tell you guys you got to eat chocolate ice cream, you might not like chocolate ice cream, but that's what you got to eat. That's they controlling your energy. So no, we like chocolate ice cream here. It's chocolate land. You got to eat chocolate ice cream you want here. See, you want vanilla? Get your own damn land. Get your own damn stores. Okay, let me deal with this in a short way, and I'm going to deal with this more tomorrow, brothers and sisters. See, like this is where we were before they got hold of us. Okay? Male and female. Okay? We were equal. You see her, did she look like she stand behind him? No. He stand behind her because he loved her. Boy, checking her out, right? Then they got us. We're in the fields. House niggas. They master children. They over here, house niggas, and we the field niggas. And no energy deprivation, all the energy's out there now that was used to be here. Explain that another time. 1880, And then we get every 50 years, probably every 50 years, we get an energy. Right? If some people say burst, I'd rather say energy. Yeah, I definitely got Alzheimer's now, right? Energy wave, right? Okay, so let's look at this a little deeper. Okay, there was a civil. Every time we grow, we get there's resistance. Resistance is civil war. Civil war was about freeing us. It was about resistance. Because if you study the Civil War, it was resistance, right? Because they was trying to keep us down in the fields, and mass was trying to put us in the factories. That's another story. Anyway, that was the agricultural age when we was in the fields. That's ended. That ended, and the industrial age came in. So they didn't need us in the fields anymore. They had machines, cotton gins, and stuff. That's industrial age, right? So let me show that. Okay, I'm not sure. Oh, I got it backwards. Okay, see, and so remember that I'm saying probably every 50 years. So from 18 this to 1920s, I'm showing the next right. We were like housekeepers, laborers, porters, right? Okay. Between this period of time, here we go. Okay, so that's industrial age. So they didn't need us in the fields anymore. And agriculture age is going. Now industrial, you got steam engines and all that kind of stuff, right? Industrially. So now, we call niggers anymore, we call Negroes, the workers, right? And we was porters and housekeepers and all that kind of stuff, laborers for them, right? So you had the slave master children, they want to stay with slave masters, they sharecroppers. The original peoples fled to the cities. Follow me. Okay. Hope you understand. Okay. Let's move on. And then, right, the next period, right, black folks was, every time they built a town or whatever, they were destroying it. They'd burn it down. That tells you who they are. You want reparations? Oh, they get they won't burn. Every time they lie all the time. Just like you said, well, and I'm not going to deep. Yeah, what shit thing that's happened recently? They were supposed to be negotiating anything, and they snake attack. They lie all the time. So during this period of time, right? Black folks was trying to come together. This is the next 1920s, right? When they started becoming Afrocentric, start learning about themselves and all that kind of stuff, right? But that's Marcus Garvey started talking about doing for self. Elijah Muhammad came along that time, Master Muhammad. But they burned everything down. They call it red rice, I believe they call it. I should actually put this in reverse because I think I explained it a little better, but maybe I'll do that. Anyway, this going to the next period. So this period right here, I think they call it red rice, 1920s. No need for porters anymore. Industrial age factories. Okay, so you don't need for porters. So now you're going to the next 1920s to this period. Industrial factories start working factories and stuff like that there for the next after 50 years. Because before that was porters and housekeepers and all that kind of stuff, right? White folks, what do you call it? What do you call it when you take it out, do their gardens and all that kind of stuff like that, right? But then and now you come in the industrial age now, so now they start letting you work in the factories and stuff like that, right? That's from 1920s, 1960s, probably 50 years. So during this period of time, then an electronic age is coming. But now, remember, we're still in this during the period of time is industrial age. This says we're getting ready to go into electronic age in 1960s. I should change this because I think it's kind of confusing to you, right? Anyway, remember, let me go back here. I'm saying industrial age is from, okay. But in the industrial age, the electronics age, we ain't here. We're still in industrial age here. So at that time, Afrocentric, Eurocentric, Marcus Garvey, start calling themselves colors and labors, but it's too different. Remember, these here, they want to be like close, they are master's children. They're black-faced master's children. These original people on this side. Okay. So now we get ready to go to the electronic age after this period, which is okay, after the 60s to the 2020s. So then, no need for industrial anymore. They sent your jobs to China. It's not all your industrial jobs, because I was thinking how I should best present this, so maybe I think I'm going to change a little around a little bit and say it again tomorrow, because it's a little kind of, it's a lot here. But if you think it, you'll see it. But no need for, because they sent you industrial jobs, they made Detroit a basket case, right? And then, so now, remember, this is in the information age now, right? So that was the old one, 1960s, the riots. Remember, you got the resistance, you had the riots, 60s, right? So now we're in a new age, the move started new age in the 60s, and it's computer age. And so they have service jobs now and computer jobs. But the service jobs, they get immigrants. See, it's lose control of you, they show them greater resistance. So the next day, because they, during the industrial age, they let you work in the factories and stuff like that. But now I say, hey, we lose control. So now new ones come in, new age come in, right? Computer age, if you put it like that. And the service jobs that created service jobs and computer jobs, but they gave the computer, they brought Indians in for the computer jobs, and they brought immigrants in for your service jobs. So all of a sudden, immigrants start coming in 1960s. Because they, again, remember the resistance to you. But now you're growing, the resistance becomes greater. Because these two industrial age, you could work in the factory and stuff, and so like Detroit was like a black Mecca job. And they sent it out there. Now the new age coming in, computer age, and they sent, we ain't gonna have these niggas those jobs. They brought Indians in for that, and immigrants in to do a service job. 1960s, 2020s. Right here. And now that's the end of that being informational age. Right? It takes up to the 1960s. Back up here again. Yeah, okay. I think I had that right. So at this point, the division becomes greater. The divide between us is coming greater. They want integration. Well, they want distinct like white people. Now they want to live with black people. They want equal rights, be accepted. Master, we your children. We want equal rights with you. We want to be accepted, right? We saying we want to get the hell away from you because we're not your people. We're totally different people. That's what Elijah was teaching. They call themselves blacks and African American, and they went from it. Now your employees call you employees. They still control our energy. Now they got a nice name for it, employees. A new sound came in. I didn't mention that. Get back up quick. I think I'm going to change what I present this, because I think I'm doing it a little more confusing than I need to be. See? Probably 50 years, right? Okay, the first one was jazz back here. I mean blues. We had the blues. We first came out of the fields. 50 years later, start getting jazzy. Follow the pattern. Right? We start to learn about Africa. We were niggers and stuff. I call ourselves colors and laborers. Right? We got jazzy. Then 50 years later, right? Motown sound. Is that a coincidence? And I'm black and I'm proud. Because now we start learning more about ourselves. And now we got two distinctions greater. They want to get closer to master, we want to get further away from master. We start wondering about ourselves because we still consider ourselves all as black. We're part of the same family. But now that belief is being strained. Because civil rights movement, that's because Elijah and Martin Luther King together talking, that division stopped becoming strained because wait a minute, are we the same people? People start questioning that. I remember they start calling some black folks Orioles, black on the outside and white on the inside. Right? So 50 years later, so I'll say now they don't need, when you get to 2020 where we are right now, they don't need computer and service jobs anymore. AI technology, they don't need those anymore. I'm going to talk more about that tomorrow because I talked about yesterday about China and that kind of stuff, right? So right now, AI age, right? Now this different, so different. We know, hey, y'all know the same people. So that because it took Suleiman to come. Remember, son of man, you the one had to separate the wheat from the chaff. Elijah couldn't do it. Told Elijah, you teach the both of them. But he would separate the both. And that's what's happening. So he said, no, you identify him. No, you right? Farrakhan. You're the chaff. Right? This is the wheat over here. So now they start hating each other because they realize there's two different people. One's demons and one's the real Israel. And now AI got robots. They don't need you in the manufacturing of the areas anymore. So there's nothing for you to do anymore. Because every time they need you, you went to the next stage. But there's no next stage to go to. Because they don't need you in the AI field. They don't need you to fix cars. They don't need you to flip burgers. They need you to make phone calls. They don't need you to do any of that stuff anymore. Administrators, they don't need you for that anymore. Not even do analysis. They don't need you to drive anymore. That driverless car. They don't need you anymore. So what are they going to do with you? That's the point. They was trying to move to the next level, but there's no next level for you. They have to get rid of you. I'm going to talk more about that tomorrow. Have to get rid of you. They have to get rid of you now. If you don't understand, you will understand it. Some of you not going to understand it too late. It says, my people are lost for lack of knowledge. I'm trying to get this point over to you and over to you again. That's why I got this recording I was going to play, but I'm probably include tomorrow, right? Where they're saying pretty much that. They have to get rid of you. There's no place for you anymore. They can't afford you anymore. And they compete with China, and China's already going AI. They said they had 2,000, a factory had 2,000 people in it, and now it's only 200 people. But see, they can do that with that system over there because it's a socialist system. So with the money that comes in, the government disperses amongst all the people. They can't do it here because that means, hey, you ain't got no job, you ain't got anything. That paying any check, and you're about to lose all your jobs. They have the stuff already. They just can't put it in place because they got to figure out what's going to do these niggas. They're going crazy if they ain't got no jobs. Millions of them. They're going to tear this country apart. They got to be wiser than you to get you before you get them. That's what's happening right now. So, and I'll leave it like this. I mentioned before. I said the problem is that if you go in and you have a contest, right, like boxing or NFL or whatever, well, you practice, you train before you have the event. You train on dummies, whatever. Bunch of bag, you train on dummies, right? Before the event, so when the event comes, then you're ready to execute. They got to get rid of you. They have no choice because China's kicking their ass. China's getting ahead of them, AI, everything else, militarily, and they can't have that happen. But if they go AI, they got a problem with you because now they don't need you in those jobs anymore. So they got to get rid of you to solve that problem. So how do you do that? Okay. Remember, they got to practice. So they practice round you up with, there's always immigration. That's a dummy. That's a dummy. Immigration. No, that's getting training to grab you up. One, right? Okay. They already got people in jail already. They want to get rid of them. Right? When they grab you, they're going to either kill you or get rid of you. So now they can deport American citizens, not immigrants, not people born someplace else and nationalized here. Now people that's born here, that's in prison. they can ship to El Salvador, and of course not saying a damn thing. That's so they already got them in prison. They ship them out here, El Salvador. They get rid of them. They got millions of them in there. Then they got in the season bring all these police, not police, but military. And that's against the Constitution, but no one's saying anything. In all the cities, and with the command to shoot if you act up. If you're a criminal, you riot anything. So now they got to get you to riot so they can just shoot you. It was the whole thing. And then they practice open genocide. America's practice open genocide, get people used to it over there. And the media is not saying anything. The media's on board with it. Everybody's on board with this. Right? Because America's the one committing genocide over there. The falsers just pulling the trigger. America giving the guns and ammunition and pointing it. So now they training genocide. Right? It's one. Incarceration, grabbing you up, concentration camps, gathering you up to immigration, shipping you out of the country. All these things are aimed at you. They're practicing. That's what's going on, brothers and sisters. That's your danger. So it'll come to you as a snare. They got to get rid. They have no choice. No one's telling you this but myself. Well, your conspiracy theory, well, you think that if you want to. That's what's happening, brothers and sisters. I make it clear as possible for you. Right? Most of you not, well, according to the scripture, none of you are going to wake up until the four winds blow, even though it was a claim they were danger. But they're not awake. They're not producing anything. They're awake. They should be producing something. That's what's at stake. So I'm going to talk more about it tomorrow. I'm going to continue talking about this as long as I can. I've been thinking about just discontinuing this to get the hell out of here. I think after 35 years, I think I've done enough. I'm tired, brother. Says I am beat. I know we couldn't go another year if I wanted to. I'll be 77 next month. I know it's going to happen soon. My calculation is going to happen before the next couple of weeks. We'll see. But again, it's up to Master Muhammad. There was an issue with that, so I'm going to leave it there, brothers and sisters. That's what's at stake here. Let me see what else I got here. Okay. Let's see if Farrakhan, what side of that coin he's on. Let's see what side of the coin he's on, remember? One wants to stay here, one wants to fight for the country. One wants to get the hell out of here. One wants to get closer to the master. That's the demons. Let's see what side he falls on.
I believe that America can be beautiful. How can America be made beautiful? Now, family, listen. My brother Imam Wadafuddin and I have had disagreement, but his followers and mine have never given each other as much as a bloody nose. Because in spite of our differences, there's a deep love in us. We don't like the things about our nation that is not good, but I don't want to live anywhere else. I want America to be made right. I don't want to see America go the way of Rome and Babylon and Sodom and Gomorrah. But why won't you go that way? If the men of religion and the women of religion keep silent.
That's what we think about America and white folks. What we think about you. I mean, the division becomes it's so great at this point that we know those are awake, know they're demons. They're skin folk, they're not our people. They know that we're not them. So we hate each other because we're not the same people. Because they're the enemy. And to them, we're the enemy. So let's look at what he says about the original people that's feeding him. Remember, they're living off us. Let's see what he thinks. Remember, they're the vultures living off us. So let's see what he has to think about those he's living off of. Because he can't live off massa. So live off us. And because we hate each other, because now we realize they're demons. We're different. So remember, he's living off us. Our people made him rich, putting steaks on his plate, taking care of him. So let's see what he says about them.
When the Muslims were alive, I'll say it again. When the Muslims were alive, you dead as hell now on both sides. Yes, sir, brother. Yes, you are. That's real, both sides. That's real. When we were alive, we set up schools. That's right. When we were alive, we had supermarkets. We owned buildings. We owned farmlands. We were busy doing something, hiring our people. Well, I'm telling the Muslims, damn it, if you don't come alive, you will die like you are. And I will say, thank you, Allah, because if they're not doing nothing on top of the earth, let the worms eat their ass.
What do you make of that? What side do you think he's on? If you understand that pattern I just gave you, what side do you think he's on? Move on. What side do you think he's on? And Mr. Covenant, Elijah Muhammad said, we're fools to want to stay here now and have imprisonment. Well, that's on this side here. Muhammad says they're wicked, 100% wicked, cannot be reformed. See? He said, no, they ain't devils no more. Move on, brothers and sisters. This is our vision. Get home and get rid of them. Get away from them. And here's the message of the covenant. He says, let's go home. That's what the covenant says, right? Let's get high. Let's get our people together. Let's get away from these demons. Separate the chaff from the wheat. Okay? Return home to Arabia between the river Euphrates and the river Egypt. Get away from these devils. Stop having to eat our flesh. Come together as one body. Work together in cooperation. It's our system. We have capitalism, communism, socialism. No. We're one body. All work together. The heart needs the lungs. The lungs needs the heart. Both need the liver. They all need the brain. All work together. Everybody appreciates everybody. Everybody respects everybody. All work together. Otherwise, the body dies. That's our system. Everybody's respected. The feet is respected just as much as the butt, just as much as the brain. If your feet hurt, the whole body hurts. The body can't move. That's our system. That's it, brothers and sisters. And tomorrow, hopefully, I can elaborate. See what else I got here. Okay, I'm play a couple of things, bro. Says I'm gonna close.
1. Now after the death of Moses the servant of the Lord it came to pass, that the Lord spake unto Joshua the son of Nun, Moses' minister, saying, To Moses my servant is dead, now therefore arise, go over this Jordan, thou, and all this people, unto the land which I do give to them, even to the children of Israel. 3. Every place that the sole of your foot shall tread upon, that have I given unto you, as I said unto Moses. 4. From the wilderness and this Lebanon even unto the great river, the river Euphrates, all the land of the Hittites, and unto the great sea toward the going down of the sun, shall be your coast. 5. There shall not any man be able to stand before thee all the days of thy life, as I was with Moses, so I will be with thee, I will not fail thee, nor forsake thee. Six. Be strong and of a good courage, for unto this people shalt thou divide for an inheritance the land, which I swear unto their fathers to give them. 7. Only be thou strong and very courageous, that thou mayest observe to do according to all the law, which Moses my servant commanded thee, turn not from it to the right hand or to the left, that thou mayest prosper whithersoever thou goest. 8. This book of the law shall not depart out of thy mouth, but thou shalt meditate therein day and night, that thou mayest observe to do according to all that is written therein, for then thou shalt make thy way prosperous, and then thou shalt have good success. 9. Have not I commanded thee? Be strong and of a good courage, be not afraid, neither be thou dismayed, for the Lord thy God is with thee whithersoever thou goest. And it shall come to pass, when all these things are come upon thee, the blessing and the curse, which I have set before thee, and thou shalt call them to mind among all the nations, whither the Lord thy God hath driven thee, to and shalt return unto the Lord thy God, and shalt obey his voice according to all that I command thee this day, thou and thy children, with all thine heart, and with all thy soul. 3. That then the Lord thy God will turn thy captivity, and have compassion upon thee, and will return and gather thee from all the nations, whither the Lord thy God hath scattered thee. For if any of thine be driven out unto the outmost parts of heaven, from thence will the Lord thy God gather thee, and from thence will he fetch thee. 5. And the Lord thy God will bring thee into the land which thy fathers possessed, and thou shalt possess it, and he will do thee good, and multiply thee above thy fathers. 15. See, I have set before thee this day life and good, and death and evil. 16. In that I command thee this day to love the Lord thy God, to walk in his ways, and to keep his commandments and his statutes and his judgments, that thou mayest live and multiply, and the Lord thy God shall bless thee in the land whither thou goest to possess it. 17. But if thine heart turn away, so that thou wilt not hear, but shalt be drawn away, and worship other gods, and serve them. 18. I denounce unto you this day, that ye shall surely perish, and that ye shall not prolong your days upon the land, whither thou passest over Jordan to go to possess it. 19. I call heaven and earth to record this day against you, that I have set before you life and death, blessing and cursing. Therefore choose life, that both thou and thy seed may live. 20. That thou mayest love the Lord thy God, and that thou mayest obey his voice, and that thou mayest cleave unto him, for he is thy life, and the length of thy days, that thou mayest dwell in the land which the Lord sware unto thy fathers, to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob, to give them.
When it's talking about set before you life and death, showing you the Farrakhan represents the demon side. All those clowns resisted, they're on his side. They may be saying we're against him, but they're still in the same, they're resistance. They're still in the same category. So it says you got two choices. You got the Messianic covenant, because they all talking about stand here, reparations, all that stuff. set before you death and life. You accept the such mention of covenant, fulfill the covenant, or you stay with your reparations, all that stuff. That's your choice. Death or life. Mention of covenant or legion. Louis Eugene Grounds, NOI backwards. He's the leader of that mess over there. With Soman, Ben X, all that stuff, Silas. It may be against him personally, but they're in the same category. So you got the choice. I'm not asking you for followers. I'm not asking you to give me a damn thing. In fact, I don't want any followers. I really don't. Because it's a headache. Right? I'm just here to give you information. So you can choose to go home and follow the information that I have to give you. I want your money. I want to control you. I get information to go home. Or you can choose Farrakhan and his Dianetics and all that BS over there and his love for the devils. That's up to you. It's your choice. But first, but we have to make the separation between us and them. The separation is about to take place. Take place. What side you going to be on? Right? This be the NOI. They go to tribulation. Will they make it? Open question. Probably 17 million. It's 34 million. Probably 34 million blacks in America now. Half of it is original. Half of it is demons. Wolves in sheep clothing. Farrakhan's the leader of the mess over here. That's it, brothers and sisters, for today. This is what the promise is, and it's accurate. No weapon that's formed against thee shall prosper. No matter what's an atomic bomb, how is that possible? When you understand the wisdom of how things work, you understand how it's possible, and we give you the way developed to make that possible. And every time that shall rise in judgment shall be condemned. That's Farrakhan. Your sin is sinful? No. Let's move on, brothers and sisters. Men's hearts failing for fear. It's going to be a great fear, brothers and sisters. It's going to be a fear amongst our people and the devils. I tell you, they're practicing right now. They're practicing genocide. That's you. They're practicing gathering you together. Immigration. Right? Exploiting. They're coming against you. Some of you are not going to realize it until it's too late. When you see it, I've been warning you. We'll see it in a minute. This is your gym that you need to protect yourself. I'm going to leave it there, brothers and sisters. Talk more about it tomorrow. Assalamu alaikum.
We have a lot of that going on, so we're taking care of our farmers. We can't let our farmers not have anybody. These people. You can't replace them very easily. People that live in the inner city are not doing that work. They're just not doing that work, and they've tried. We've tried. Everybody tried. They don't do it. These people do it naturally. I said, what happens if they get it to a farmer the other day? What happens if they get a bad back? He said, they don't get a bad back, sir, because if they get a bad back, they die. I said, that's interesting, isn't it?
Well, you heard that. Donald Trump is a believer in eugenics. He believes that white people are the superior race. And inner city is code for black people. And he believes black people cannot now work on the farms. I guess they're not good enough for that. So Hispanic people can do it because they have the backs for it. This is what this man is saying out loud in interviews. He is a racist. It's been proven time and time again. The man had Mein Kampf on his bedside table that he would read at night. Enough to let you know where he stands on that. Just more outrageous, racist things from Donald Trump. They want to arrest those who can do the farm work well until their backs give out. And then he'll probably ship them to El Salvador or some other country. Just more vile statements from the president and let you know where he stands.
When they were arresting people for praying outside of abortion clinics. I mean, I do think the UK, and I say this as, you know, someone who is half English, I think it's like reached, or it is quickly reaching a point where democratic reforms are going to be pretty tough because of the demographic change. And that, of course, the point of importing all these people is to overwhelm the people who live there who disapprove of the program. So you don't have to care what they think because you just bring in new people, and their will becomes like all that matters. And so I don't think you're going to fix these things through elections at some point, probably pretty soon. And I just worry a place like the UK, Canada is another, a bunch of different countries in the West are at the point where they're literally revolutionary. They are poised for revolution. And as someone who really doesn't support revolution and hates violence and hates civil war above all, I'm worried about that. I mean, I don't see how this is fixed. Starmer, who's, you know, he's just an instrument of larger forces, but he's a poisonous character, obviously, who's really hurt your country. He's in there for, 4 more years? And so you wonder, like, people are going to start to get really radical in a scary way. Like, I think this is going to happen. And the people in charge don't seem to care.
Well, you're already seeing it. You are seeing the anger beginning to manifest itself. And I completely understand the anger. I don't, like you, I abhor any form of violence. But I do understand the anger when you have, you know, Keir Starmer campaign. I'm going to smash the gangs that allow these little boats to come over the channel, delivering tens of thousands of people illegally into the country. And they then get put into these so-called asylum hotels where they're given a pretty good lifestyle, certainly a far better lifestyle than many people really struggling at the moment in the UK. And of course, far from smashing the gangs, it turned out yesterday that he's smashing new records for the number of people coming in illegally on the boats. It's out of control. And the British public are reaching a point of saying, we are done with people coming in illegally and being treated better in a more comfortable and more luxurious manner than we treat our own people.
Well, the whole point is to humiliate and degrade the indigenous population of the British Isles, the white population. I mean, that's the whole point. And are they really going to do something about it? What would that be exactly?
Are reaching a point of saying, we are done with people coming in illegally and being treated better in a more comfortable and more luxurious manner than we treat our own people.
Well, the whole point is to humiliate and degrade the indigenous population of the British Isles, the white population. I mean, that's the whole point. And are they really going to do something about it? What would that be exactly? You'd really have to force a lot of people to go back to their countries of origin, millions of people, and you need to do it really soon. And are they actually willing to do that? I don't know, but these are existential questions that we have been browbeat into ignoring for decades. But the question is, like, is Ireland Ireland? If it's majority non-Irish, oh, shut up, they're Irish. No, they're actually not Irish. Same with the UK, same with England, Scotland, Wales. Like, it's all changing so fast. Nothing like this has ever happened in all of history, except when, say, the Mongols swept across the steppe and raped everybody. Like, that was true demographic change on this scale. But even that wasn't as profound as what we're seeing in every white country around the world. I would say the West, but Australia and New Zealand also. So, like, what is that? Now, my brain is not big enough to understand what that is. I have a lot of theories about it, but I don't know if they're true. All I know is what the numbers are, and that's real, and no one feels that he can say it. Everyone's like, oh, well, if that were happening in China or India or Malaysia or Senegal, it doesn't matter. You'd be like, what the hell is that? Like, the population's totally different. Look at graduation. Pick, King's College Law School, and look at the graduation picture for the last 30 years. Who's in it? Just like let your eyes tell you the truth for once. Like this is a total change in population. Is it better? Is it worse? Can't have that conversation. Who's pushing this? Does the population want it? The population clearly doesn't want it. There's no polling that's meaningful on the subject. I mean, there's no referendum on it. You don't get to decide. You've got no voice in it, other than you get to go to jail if you complain loudly enough about it. What is this? I think it's the biggest and darkest thing that has happened in the last 1,000 years, for sure. And I think it's leading somewhere really, really bad. It's not happening by accident, that's obvious, because it's only happening in white countries.
I mean, I think that...
Oh, shut up, white supremacist. Well, in fact, I'm not a white supremacist.
Well,
I'm just noticing what the hell's going on.
I think most people I've spoken to about this in the UK, most people have always viewed the UK to be a very tolerant, multicultural, cosmopolitan place to live. That's why so many people want to come here. And people have no problem with that. And it's been very successful for a long period of time.
But it's multicultural? What does that mean?
We have a lot of different people from different countries, different cultures, and it's always worked historically.
So is Sharia law in a multicultural country? Is Sharia law? What does that mean?
We have a lot of different people from different countries, different cultures, and it's always worked historically.
So is Sharia law in a multicultural country? Is Sharia law every bit as valid as English common?
No, people don't want Sharia law here. No.
A lot of people do. Wait, hold on. I don't know what you mean. Multiculturalism itself is the lie designed to subvert a society. No, a society has a culture. You can argue about what it is or ought to be. It's not necessarily the same as race. It's connected to race, but it's not the same. People from different races can buy into your culture. That was kind of the beauty of the West. But a multicultural society is not sustainable. There's never been
your society is
one
about
culture will dominate.
Hang on, surely the United States of America, given the very way it was created, is the epitome of a multicultural society. And my point I was going to make to you was...
It's absolutely not. No. It's a multiracial society.
Yeah.
Though it was not actually a multiracial society up until pretty recent. It's just like 90% white for most of its existence, but whatever. But you did have different peoples, you had different religions. That was all totally fine, but there was one culture, it's American culture. There's no such thing as a multicultural society. It's not sustainable. One culture will overwhelm the other. Again, it's not the same as race. It's not identical to race. It's connected, but it's not the same. But multiculturalism is by definition insane. No, it's never happened. It never will happen. One culture will predominate. It will impose its values on everybody else. I mean, the gay thing, which was not a thing 40 years ago, gay was a slur, all of a sudden becomes multicultural there. There's one culture, and it's required. And that's true in every society because a culture is a commonly agreed upon set of values, which in their firmest form are called laws.
But those values can evolve.
It's true everywhere.
Those values can evolve.
Of course they evolve, but there's only one set of them. It's not multicultural. There's one set. You don't have one God in every society. Sorry.
Your country's values were established by the United States Constitution, and that's had, 26, 27 amendments? Right, so your own values, as determined by the Founding Fathers, they have evolved and been changed to accommodate changing time.
There's no doubt. Look, I'm not even arguing against change. That's natural. It's natural that people's views evolve.
So the culture changes.
When you're rejecting the laws of nature, then you're doomed. But let me just say, no, of course, societies change. I get it. All I'm saying, I'm making a very discrete, specific point, which is multiculturalism as an idea is laughably stupid. It has never worked. We never had it anywhere, and it never will exist because it's contrary to human nature. One culture, one way of looking at things, one worldview will predominate, and it will punish all who deviate from it. That is the nature of societies. So if you're telling me it's
determined by the Founding Fathers, they have evolved and been changed to accommodate changing time.
There's no doubt. Look, I'm not even arguing against change. That's natural. It's natural that people's views evolve.
So values can evolve.
there. There's one culture, and it's required. And that's true in every society, because a culture is a commonly agreed upon set of values, which in their firmest form are called laws.
But those values can evolve.
This is true everywhere.
But those values can evolve.
Of course they evolve, but there's only one set of them. It's not multicultural. There's one set. You worship one God in every society. Sorry.
Your country's values were established by the United States Constitution, and that's had, what is it, 26, 27 amendments? Right, so your own values, as determined by the founding fathers, they have evolved and been changed to accommodate changing time.
There's no doubt. Look, I'm not even arguing against change. Natural that people's views evolve.
So the culture changes.
When you start rejecting the laws of nature, then you're doomed. But let me just say, no, of course, societies change. I get it. All I'm saying, I'm making a very discrete, specific point, which is multiculturalism as an idea is laughably stupid. It has never worked. We never had it anywhere, and it never will exist because it's contrary to human nature. One culture, one way of looking at things, one worldview will predominate, and it will punish all who deviate from it. That is the nature of societies. So if you're telling me it's multicultural, we can all live and have radically different values, that's just not true. It's never been true, it never will be true. So you're having one worldview predominate over another and dominate and suppress all dissent. That's just what it is.
I would point to the United States of America and the United Kingdom as two shining examples, albeit not completely without their flaws, the shining examples of places that are deemed by the rest of certainly feel that about my country.
Well, I certainly think that inherent in Christianity is the notion of tolerance, and that draws from a core Christian concept, which is free will. You cannot force someone to convert. There's never been conversion by the sword in Christianity. People decide to believe in it. And so that is central to the religion, therefore it's been central to the society. Western civilization is Christian civilization, and so we call that tolerance. It's a respect for your inherent God-given right to make a choice about what you believe. Okay, so of course, that's always been a feature. My only point is, a society has a commonly agreed upon set of beliefs, rules, and laws that are the definition of the society itself. That's what society is. So you can't have competing. You can't have, gay world and Sharia world living co-equally in a society. That does not happen. It will never happen. So you have to pick one. Are we the Sharia society? Are we the party time gay rights society? Which one? And you can't face that reality, so you're just sort of snoozing along until the inevitable point where you can wake up and be like, my values have no bearing on what our society is anymore, because we've been invaded by other people with a totally different worldview, and they're now in charge. And that day is coming very soon for your country, and maybe it'll improve it. I don't think the UK could be a lot worse than it already is. It's this kind of disgusting, sad, self-hating, suicidal island that was once great. It kills me to see it as a half English person, but that day is coming. It will change. You will either decide to be Western or Eastern. That's a choice that we're all going to face. I don't want to face that choice, but it's being foisted upon us by the architect. That's a choice that we're all going to face. Suicidal island that was once great. It kills me to see it as a half English. That day is coming. It will change. You will either decide to be Western or Eastern. That's a choice that we're all going to face. I don't want to face that choice, but it's being foisted upon us by the architects of mass migration. Sorry.
I would question your characterization as my country as a sad, disgusting, the rest of it suicidal nation. I feel none of those things. I feel very happy to be in the United Kingdom, and I feel that there are lots of very happy.
Our system, the Western system, which is very distinct from the Eastern system, very distinct, and it's distinct on this one precise point, we believe, and have always believed since this country was founded, since your country became, not a pure monarchy, but even when it was a pure monarchy, the belief in the West, because of Christianity, was the worst thing you can do is punish the innocent. That's the worst thing you can do. That's worse than not punishing the guilty. And we often said that to each other. We no longer say that because there is a pretty concerted effort to blur the meaning of these terms. But I'm not going to be deterred from defining words precisely. Terror is murdering people, killing people, punishing people who committed no crime. Period.
So when the Israeli government says it has repeatedly that even though over 20,000 completely innocent children are believed to have died in their response to what Hamas did on October the 7th at the hands of the IDF, there are many on the pro-Palestinian side who say that Israel is behaving like terrorists too in the way that they have gone about conducting this war. Would you go as far as to say that?
One of the things that I really object to now is this relentless focus on Israel, which, by the way, is a foreign country that I have nothing to do with.
We've done this before. Now, maybe today things are different, and we will end up living in a nation that is sharply divided and may ultimately produce something else. But I'm an American. I love my country. I want to see it stay together. I'm interested in social cohesion, which means that I think our laws, customs, and culture have to be dominant. We can accept some diversity on the edges, but not fundamental division. I think we're in a state of fundamental division. So when I bring up Sharia law, I've sat in many discussions with many people that said, well, I don't care what people look like, but I do care about Sharia law, and I don't want that practiced anywhere near my family or in my country. And that's something you should be aware of. So the notion that someone can come here and say, well, that's part of my religion, and we're going to abide by Sharia law, they're going to find serious resistance and opposition in the country. That's It's because it matters. It's this thing we call societal cohesion. Nations do not exist on their own. They have a core population. Our core population from the very beginning was always at least 80% European and Christian, and about 15 to 20% African. But when you start bringing in huge numbers, millions, who are fundamentally different from the core population, you are going to get violence, anger, and conflict. How many times have you heard people say, if you bring people in from the developing world, what do you get? The developing world. And now we've got that. You can't bring in hundreds of thousands of people from Somalia, plant them, of all places, in Minnesota, and then be shocked that, no, they're not Americans. They're not really interested in being Americans. They're foreigners living on American soil. Nobody wants to say that publicly. If you do, oh, well, you're a racist. Well, you know, the world is full of racists. The real war that's going to decide our fate is not going to be fought anywhere overseas. It's going to be fought right here inside the United States. Are we going to survive as a republic, as an English-speaking republic that rests on the foundations of Western civilization? Or are we going to become something else?
One point that is
Constitution was completed in 1789. I think we had 5 million people living in the 13 British colonies. We were 90% white, that is excluding the Africans who were in the country who had been brought here as slaves. But we were 90% white. We were 90% Protestant. And this may be hard for you to believe, but the people that wrote that were trying to protect all of the Protestant sects from the state church on the model of the Church of England and the Roman Catholic Church. That's one of the reasons it was almost 100 years or more after that before people began to finally accept Catholicism as a religion, because it was viewed as political power. My point to you is the Constitution is outdated. The way we are governed is outdated. It has to be re-examined. Nobody in 1789 imagined that anybody would come to the United States except another lunatic, religious fanatical Protestant who hated the Church of England. That's what people feared. That's what they thought of. The Constitution that we have does many good things, but I would argue that the Bill of Rights is ultimately more important. The Bill of Rights is vital and essential, and that needs to be defended. But the Constitution and the way we govern and the things that we're doing, it's out of date. It doesn't fit our needs. And that's back to my comment on something given has no value. You have to earn it. And we haven't made anybody earn their place in this country. I'm talking about people like me that have been here forever. My first ancestor stepped off the boat in 1681. So we've got to get back to some notion of national service, because national service promotes national integration. It addresses some of these problems that you're discussing. Now, I know that you may not want to conform and may not want to be as I am, but I'm an American and nobody questions that. Nobody ever will. If you don't want to stand out and be questioned, then I suggest that you change your appearance, because I don't think it's life or death for you to wear what you wear.
I think this conversation
It's not fun, because it's leading to violence that could have otherwise been avoided. You see, every great nation, every large nation can always accept some number of people into its ranks that are different from them. It's always been the case. But if you suddenly import millions, which is what's happened here and happened in Europe, then you threaten the core gene pool. What I'm trying to tell you is there's a problem. And we can all think that there isn't, and you can insist there isn't, but that's the view. And I think it's incumbent upon all of us to address it truthfully and openly. Stop pretending it's not a problem. It's a problem.
I mean, what's also a problem is white supremacy, and that's
No, because you're saying you're different, you're going to remain different, and you don't think that if that's not compatible with being an American, then the hell with it. That's what you're going to do.
well, then what do you make then of, white American people who convert, let's say, to Islam and choose to cover? Are they not American anymore?
Listen, if they want to do that, that's obviously their business. I don't know how many are out there that do that. I think again, it's ill-advised. I think you have to hold the society together. There has to be an agreement on certain things, customs, culture, way of life. And unfortunately, if you're going to practice rigidly a brand of Islam that demands certain things, and this is why I asked right off the bat, do you support Sharia law?
I'm a Muslim. What being a Muslim means is I follow the guidelines of my religion, which is a peaceful.
Does your religion dictate to you Sharia law?
My religion dictates to me to be a good human being, to be good to my neighbors, to
that the most powerful force in today's Republican Party is represented by what Charlie Kirk said. It is this drive to make America a white Christian nation. I got to tell you, this is what they say privately. This is not what they say publicly. This is what Charlie Kirk said publicly.
And Joe, again, one of the reasons I wanted to have you on, because you know these people very, very well. Yeah. You said it yourself. You were one of the strongest voices. You were one of the folks who understood the incendiary language when you were in Congress, when you had your radio show, and how people loved when you did it. And then when you chose to apologize for that and turn away from it, oh my God, they literally have just tried to destroy you because of that.
Yeah, again, you know the deal, Roland, right? I came out publicly against Trump 7 years. For 7 years, I put up with death threats on a regular basis. Nobody is welcome in that party unless you bow down to what this force is, this MAGA force. And again, look, there have been some people on the left who've celebrated Charlie Kirk's murder. Shame on them, be better people, but this is much worse, Roland, what my former friends are doing on the right, because they are turning this into a holy war. When you say we declare war on the left because of what some 22-year-old young guy did in Utah, and then you declare war on the whole left, that's a lot worse than celebrating Charlie Cook's murder, because that's dishonest, but that's also inciting hate and violence. And Roland, look, Trump's an idiot. So yeah, Trump says the left, the problem in the country is the left. J.D. Vance is not an idiot. What did J.D. Vance say today, right? He was subbing for Charlie Kirk on his radio show, and he spent the entire show going after the left, going after them, they, them. Man, Democrats need to wake up, Roland. This is a really serious deal by my former colleagues. The stuff that I hear privately from them right now, Roland, for the last 5 days, I mean, they want to go to war. This is a holy war.
Oh, it absolutely is. And what really jumps out at me on this very thing here, Joe, and I've been saying this, I played the speech 2 weeks ago that mainstream media just ignored, of Missouri Senator Eric Schmidt, who gave a speech at NatCon, Peter Thiel's group, where he literally gave a white nationalist speech, where he said our ancestors fought for this country to be ours and no one else. He was talking about white people. He was basically saying, if you are Black, Latino, Asian American, or even Native American, America is not for you. And folks just ignored it. And so people need to understand, again, what they're saying, why they're saying it. And yes, there are many evangelicals, any very conservative white Christians who are pushing this as well. And you nailed it. They want a holy war. They want a race war. They want this to be a white country. It is clear as day.
And Roland, really important point, Charlie Kirk at only 31, the impact he had because he was one of the most successful pushers of this white Christian nationalistic idea. And so I think that's why all of his defenders are out there so strenuously denying he said anything divisive, because they know if you really go through Charlie Kirk's public record, everything he said about people of color and Black women and Muslims and gays and transgenders, if people took the time to go through all of that, and that was put out for average people to see, they'd be blown away by it. That's why his defenders are like supercharged right now. They don't want that record to be seen.
Today, you mentioned, and I mentioned as well, Vice President J.D. Vance sitting to do his show. And listen to this man just blatantly lie, Joe. Play it.
I read a story in The Nation magazine about my dear friend, Charlie Kirk. Now, The Nation isn't a fringe blog. It's a well-funded, well-respected magazine whose publishing history goes back to the American Civil War. George Soros' Open Society Foundation funds this magazine, as does the Ford Foundation and many other wealthy titans of the American progressive movement. The writer accuses Charlie of saying, and I quote, "Black women do not have brain processing power to be taken seriously." But if you go and watch the clip, the very clip she links to, you realize he never said anything like that. He never uttered those words. He made an argument against affirmative action as a policy. He criticized a specific Supreme Court justice as an individual. He never said anything about Black women as a group. He made an argument for judging people of all races and backgrounds by their own individual merits.
Bullshit.
Okay, Joe, this is actually what he said.
No, Roland, that's utter bullshit.
In fact, if we would have said
3 weeks ago, Blake, if we would have said that Joy Reid and Michelle Obama and Sheila Jackson Lee and Ketanji Brown Jackson were affirmative action picks, we would have been called the racist. But now they're coming out and they're saying it for us. They're coming out and they're saying, I'm only here because of affirmative action. Yeah, we know. You do not have the brain processing power to otherwise be taken really seriously. You had to go steal a white person's slot to go be taken somewhat seriously. Play cut 52.
But I rise today as a clear recipient of affirmative action, and particularly in higher education. I may have been admitted on affirmative action, both in terms of being a woman and a woman of color.
All right, Joe, he literally said it. Not only that, Vance lied. Soros does not fund the nation. So he sat there and flat out lied.
And Roland, remind me, what's J.D. Vance's job? He's the vice president, and yet he had time today to do a radio show for a former right-wing podcaster. I mean, look what they're not even, Roland, they're not even subtle about it, what this White House is doing. They believe, man, the path to victory is fear, hate, and division. And that's what they're putting out there. That was Charlie Kirk literally going after 4 accomplished black women by saying they didn't have the brain power to get where they got. This is what he believed. And this is what MAGA believes. And that, again, Roland, broken record, that's why Charlie Kirk was so damn successful. Why he had such a big audience.
Yeah, and not only that, you take Nick Fuentes, who's to the right of Charlie Kirk. The night of or the day after Kirk was shot and killed, Fuentes had 200,000 people watching him live. And so what you have this fervor. And so when I listen to Trump and Vance and all these people talking about, how the left, they're indoctrinating. No, and you know this very well, the indoctrination. We've had people who formerly were with Turning Point USA put out videos talking about how it was really this cult-like figure, this messianic figure that they sort of set Kirk up as, and how they want them to follow that. And so that's what's going on here. These people are not trying to have open dialogue. And not only that, Joe, you take Trump, okay? Trump was very clear in saying he was not going to call Governor Tim Walz after those 4 folks were shot in Minnesota. 2 were killed, including former Speaker of the House and her husband. Now today he's saying, he never even heard of Melissa Hortman, and if the governor had asked him, he would have, of course, lowered the flags to have staff. I'm sorry, he's also lying. He knew about her. He knew about the shooting, but he was so arrogant that he said, 2 Democrats, a Democrat Speaker of the House, shot and killed. Yeah, I don't care, but lower the flags to have staff with Charlie Kirk. Flies body on Air Force 2. Do a memorial service at the community center. Do another one at the Arizona Cardinals Stadium. Give him the Medal of Freedom. And I'm telling you, they're going to give him a state funeral. That's what you're seeing right now. And then you got Peter Hegseth going after members of the military who said anything negative in the aftermath of his death. You've got Kirk supporters creating a database of people of every social media post, and then even Vance saying on the podcast, you call their employer. So the so-called free speech people all of a sudden are saying, if you say anything negative about Charlie Kirk, after what took place last week, we're going to come after you, come after your job. I thought they hated cancel culture, Joe.
Yeah. Roland, I remember back in my right-wing radio days, I would come on every day, and there was always some story about some leftist group on a college campus that couldn't handle speech that made them uncomfortable
to say.
Roland, this is scary, and you and I are old enough, man, to remember huge figures in American history who were gunned down, struck down, military leaders, civil rights leaders. we are treating this 31-year-old podcaster, MAGA influencer, like he's Jesus Christ. So I come from the right. Why are my old colleagues and friends on the right doing this, Roland? Because the right wants a religious war. Let's just call it. They want a civil war. They want a holy war. That's why they're putting him up to be some Jesus-like martyr.
Absolutely. I mean, Glenn Beck literally came out and said he was a civil rights leader. Oh my God, stop it. Stop it. I've seen people say, I've seen a lot of these videos, I'm leaving my church because my pastor did not mention him. This was a Christian warrior. And let's just be clear. You said it, white Christian nationalists. It's slaveholder religion. We heard a lot of this stuff during slavery, during Jim Crow, things along those lines. And this whole idea about, it was about debate. It was about, exchange of ideas. I mean, come on, let's just stop it. And so we see what's going on here. We see the games that are being played. And then what gets me, Joe, is this whole deal of, oh my God, the left, how they indoctrinated him and the accused killer going to a university. The dude was at a university for one semester, Joe. You're trying to tell me that one semester at a mostly white institution in Mormon, Utah, which is not a liberal bastion, somehow just radicalized him? I mean, it really is showing folks the hand they're trying to play.
Yeah, and I think even on top of that, Roland, I think it was like some technical school. So it wasn't some crazy liberal arts school for a semester. Look, cut through all the BS. The Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, has publicly said that America should be a white Christian country. This is what animates my former party. Roland, you know me, right? Tea Party Hellraiser. I don't come from the left. I left the Republican Party when the Republican Party became MAGA. And my fellow Democrats and folks on the left need to understand, now these people are on the right. Now this is MAGA. MAGA now are the snowflakes. MAGA, Roland, they now need their safe spaces. It's funny, but it's not funny. And you're right about J.D. Vance, man. He just flat out lied. I mean, the last 30-year history of political violence in this country, the vast majority of it is right-wing. It always has been. And they put out this lie that it's only on the left. It's not even, Roland, a both sides problem between the left and the right. There is political violence on the left, but the vast majority is on the right, and they know that, and they're lying because they're trying to inflame their base. And Roland, I hear from their base every day, and let me tell you something, they are inflamed. I mean, they are ready to march and grab their you-know-what. This is a scary time.
It is, and folks need to understand what is certainly at stake. Joe Walsh, I appreciate you joining us on the show.
On the cross, no them by their works. What's the history of the cross? Behind the history of the cross. Murder, rape, destruction, deception, enslavement, burning, terrorizing. To maintain a slavery system, you must terrorize the people 24/7. They terrorize people from Africa and America for 400 years. Constant terror, 24/7, rape, murder. In the name of Jesus. This is Christians, not Buddhists, not Hindus. Christians, in the name of Jesus. They said Jesus cursed black people. They call them Ham, cursed them to be slaves and persecuted forever. In the name of Jesus, raped our women incessantly, pissed in our mouths, made us eat shit. And they took and tried to clean up, I get, well, not clean up, but make it look more attractive, I guess, by calling it chitlins. That's after slavery, of course, after so-called slavery. Because what they do was not slavery. Look up slavery. Look up slavery. It does include murder, rape, terror. This is a Holocaust. And then now they try to downplay it. Oh, that was 40 years ago. No, it wasn't 40 years ago. I don't think it was a million years ago. It was 20 years ago. It lasted for 400 years. It's enduring today. They took everything away from the slaves. Everything. Their name, their culture, their families, their religion, their minds, everything. Fed their children to alligators as alligator bait. And then they talk about what's going on in Gaza when they did 1,000 times worse. What's going on in Gaza now is simply just a miniature version of what they did. What they did was far worse than what's going on in Gaza. Gaza's bad. It's genocide. What they did was far worse and much longer. That's the legacy of Christianity. Murder, rape, disease. They wiped out the native population. The genocide and disease. Smallpox blankets. Knowing there was full of disease. Herpes, syphilis, gonorrhea from seafood animals. So-called common cold was not common. It didn't exist here on this side of the world until they brought it here. Murder, rape. When it was raping out women, there was a cross hanging from their neck. And again, they taught that there was God's will. God's will. Enslavement of our people. And they continue on even today. That's the legacy of Christianity, the cross. So where's your rap sheet? Every time they arrest our people, your rap sheet. What's your rap sheet? How are you going to judge people for murder when you're guilty of murder beyond imagination for hundreds of years? Hundreds of years. Theft. He stole his land. He murdered his people. And you question the native people here, when the brave will go out hunting, You were coming to the camps like cowards and kill the women and smash the children's brains out on the hooves of your horses. This is the legacy of Christianity. That's the legacy of it. The question is, instead of Columbus coming here, Dracula came here, Beelzebub, Wolfman, Frankenstein, Satan, they all came to Columbus. What could they have done that Columbus and those that followed him did? Satan is the God of this world. That's the God they're serving. They have known by their works. What are the works of Christianity? What are the works of Christianity? What are the works of Christianity? Evil, deception, mischief, bloodshed. It goes on today. What's going on in Gaza, just reflection and microcosm of what was done here in America for hundreds of years. They got women incessantly. They would even rape while they was out in the fields picking cotton. They would jump off their horse and tell them to bend over and rape them. They told them to keep picking cotton while they was doing it. This is the kind of stuff they would do. Make one slave defecate and slave and sit and slave up in the mouth of another slave, and then bind it up so they could spit it out for 7 days. That's a legacy of slavery. You did it all in the name of Jesus. There's a legacy of slavery. Legacy of slavery. 40 years plus. Legacy of Christianity. Legacy of the cross. That's the legacy. That's the true legacy. So whose works are those? Who are you serving? Who are you serving? Legacy of the cross. What's your rap sheet? America? Gog? What's your rap sheet? Magog? Britain? What's your makeshift? What's your rap sheet? Antichrist? False Israel? What's your rap sheet? Then they colonized Africa. They're stealing the ripping off everyone. It's the legacy of Christianity. It's been ruling for over 500 years. And now, the threat of nuclear war to finish off everything. That's a legacy of Christianity in the name of your Jesus.
we gonna make it? Sure, you ain't talking about us packing our bags and going westward or going out there in the land. Ain't no cities, no towns, no infrastructure out there. Sure, you ain't talking about that, are you? We ain't going back to Africa. No. You're right. Our sweat, our tears, our blood has earned us the right to the land. What God wants you to do is come out of their way. Come out of their pagan holiday. When you should be honoring Jesus, you are bunny rabbits. Inviting your children to pay eggs for some Easter hunt. Come out of it. Get the Santa Claus of your house and a tree that is the way of the pagans. Come out of it. St. Valentine's Day. What the heck is that? Excuse me. Of a name, come out of a religion, come out of a culture, come out of a way of life, come out of an educational system. People, and they will put up all the shows of North and they should. Jesus, that none of the homes. They stood and said, it is a parent. And behold, I wanted to return. With their hands stretched out towards that ship, and hiding chained themselves bound together. And when they was put off on this memorable shows, they took their stern that ship that brought them to our strange land, and these strange people who could not speak either one's language. Now they have to live in a strange country, and strange people who have proven to them every mile from their native land that they love. Going to be West Indians that they were living with, they were going to be the people that were destroyed. They soon discovered that all mischief that they were being brought here. I don't know how we should say anything in the name of Jesus of good for us. When this gift was made of Jesus, this is how that we have always been deceived by the witness. Trying to use Jesus, the name Jesus, to off a mental sleep, thinking that we all are leaving. This is church. My brother, this is very hard for us to people to accept today. Imagine our parents standing in front to return to that native land and people and you yesterday. Trying to save the very minute that brought
in subjection to that will. You know, turning your face from your ordinary life and turning it back towards our Christmas house and our and it who have destroyed us and seeks to destroy us. How do you feel? How do you feel? Not wanting to return to you. It's trying to make love with the very people that destroyed you in your past. Do you feel? Actions. And even today, they are beating and shooting you down throughout the country. There's no justice here for you and me. Why did nothing? Why can be separated and be returned to the Lord? I think that push. They go where your parents on the eastern shore of North crying and praying to God to be returned to that arm 400 years ago. You like to see them rise up in the judgment, condemned for being such fools. That's not what to live in the land that absolutely enslaved them and killed them and beat them for 300 long years here. They would condemn you as fools. When I wanted to be separated and go to your arm, salvation for your son. The white man said you opened. Remember that.
we gonna make it? Sure, you ain't talking about us packing our bags and going westward or going out there in the land. Ain't no cities, no towns, no infrastructure out there. Sure, you ain't talking about. No. We ain't going back to Africa. No. This is your land. Our sweat, our tears, our blood has earned us the right to the land. What God wants you to do is come out of their way. Come out of their pagan holidays where you should be honoring Jesus. You are here bunny rackets and inviting your children to pay eggs for some Easter. Come out of it. Get the Santa Claus of your house and a tree that is the way of the pagans. Come out of it. St. Valentine's Day. What is that? Excuse me. Come out of a name. Come out of a religion. Come out of a culture. Come out of the way of life. Come out of the educational system.
When they were put on all the shores of North and the ship, Jesus down the homes, brought out their spirit. They stood and said, it is a parent in the old wisdom. I wanted to return with the hands stretched out towards that ship, and tidings showed themselves bound together. And when they were put off on this memorable shows, they got there, staring at that ship that brought them to a strange land, and these strange people who could not speak either one's language. Now they have to live in a strange country. Strange people who had proven to them every mile from their native land that they were going to be West Indies that they were living with. They were going to be the people that were destroyed. They soon discovered that all this ship that they were being brought here. I don't know how we should say anything in the name of Jesus of good for us. But this was named Jesus. This is that we have always been deceived by the name Jesus. The name Jesus to our thought in a mental sleep, thinking that we all have to leave it. This is church. My brother, this is very hard for us to people to accept today. Imagine our parents standing in front to return to that native land and people, and you here today, crying to see the very minute that brought in subjection to that will. You know, turning away from your ordinary plan, turning back towards our good and who have destroyed us and seeks to destroy us. How do you feel? How do you feel? Not wanting to return to your peace. They're trying to make love with the people that destroy you and your parents. Do you feel? Active. And even today, there are beating and shooting down throughout the country. There's no justice here for you and me. Why did not you want to be separated and be returned to the Lord? I think that push. Take over your parents on the eastern shore of North crying and praying to God to be returned to their arms 400 years ago. Or you like to see them rise up in the judgment, condemned for being such fools. And now, what to live in the land that absolutely enslaved them and killed them and beat them for 300 long years here. They would condemn you as fools. When I wanted to be separated, they go to your arms, to the for your son. The white man said you opened. Remember that.
Assalamu alaikum, sisters and brothers. Suleiman Rahim here, Veteran of Covenant. Okay, brothers and sisters, it's been a year now. And found him home after 40 years in Arabia. I'm reporting to you from Arabia. Found him home after 40 years. So it's been a year now. There was an agreement made for slave master. Said, your choice. Stay here or leave. Right? So we chose our inheritance. Arabia. So we left. Half the original people decided they wanted to give up the inheritance and traded for a place in America. Reconciliation with their former slave master. It's their choice. They chose, we don't want to go over to Arabia. We don't go over there sand and all that stuff. We want to stay in America. We've been here all our lives, been here 40 years, born here, right? And we can make peace with a slave master. Okay, so they decided to stay. And so after a year, right, we get reports of how things are going over there. And it doesn't sound too good. How things are going over in America with their reparations. Because they was given 6 states, I believe. Yeah, see? Yeah. They got those 6 states right there. That's what Farrakhan told them. They was following this in Farrakhan. Farrakhan promised them, they stay there, 6 states, right? Their own land. And they can make reconciliation with slave master. They're not devils, not devils. They're human beings. They just had a rough, they were just, there's some things wrong, but now they're gonna make amends and make reparations. So 6 states, and in addition to that, they gave everybody $1 million. Everybody paid $1 million. Thank you, Farrakhan. They're so happy. Thank you, Farrakhan. Thank you, Farrakhan. And you got 6 states. That's your promise us. We got 6 states. We're thanking you. Thank you, Farrakhan. I mean, this was a year ago. 6 states. Thank you, Farrakhan. Right? Everybody got $1 million. Everybody $1 million. They're rejoicing. Oh man, they're so happy. We made it. We got America, man. We got reconciliation for a master. We got 6 states. Everybody got $1 million. We're all rich. That was a year ago. We left. So we're in Arabia. They're still back in America. And now we're getting reports a year later. This was the way it was a year ago, man. They were so happy. They were so happy. And now we get reports, so what's going on right now? Let's see. Oops, he says a power failure. Great power failure in those 6 states. Power failure. And just those 6 states. So, and now, they were big and massive, they came asking each other power. Why can't they do it? Oh, Farrakhan didn't train anybody. He was telling about 6 states and never prepared you for them. So nobody knows how to do it. How to turn the power grid back on. So, these big man massive, can you come out and turn this thing back on for us? I mean, you would think that if he told them 6 days of promising that he would have prepared them for, right, in schools and education, whatever they needed. But I guess they didn't, because they said, oh, wait, now he's begging this from the master to come and turn the power back on. Then what?
This is all that's happening now. I mean, I'm getting these imports in now. A year later. It's like, they're coming in every hour. Power grid failure, right? It's a crop failure. All of a sudden, there's no, they looked at the farmers, when they done, farmers said, oh, so then they had a massive, what's happening here? How come no, crap? It turned out that the rain they gave them wasn't that fertile. A year later, how's it going? Crop failure. And now so what's going to happen here? Right? And then, I mean, all these things, every hour impacts coming in, right? And then they look, and they had, a year ago, they had plenty of food on the shelves, right? Now, they look there now, and all the food's gone. They're gone. And she said, what am I going to do here? Food's gone. The house is empty. So I said, Master, we need some food. Well, how come you can't produce your own food? I mean, you want your own country, you got your own states, that's your country, then you run it. What are you calling us for? So they're praying. And then, oops, no fuel. But there's no fuel there. Well, you got to buy your fuel. You got to produce your own fuel. What you calling us for? You got your own 6 states now. What you calling us for? Go and get some fuel. You got money. Right? You got your own states. So you got to get your own. What you calling us for? You said you wanted your own, so now you got it. You got your reparations, so we don't owe you anything anymore. So what you calling us for? We don't owe you anything. You said you agreed to 6 states and $1 million per person. You took that instead of the inheritance, what you call the Abrahamic covenant, Arabia. Your brothers and sisters, they left, they took that was all for them, they took it. And you said, no, I want this instead. So now you got it. So what you calling us for? Oh, no communications. Oh, man. No communications, right? No medical facilities. So what's going on? And I said, wait a minute, hold on a year. What you calling us for? That's you. You got to handle that stuff. You want us to handle it for you? You want independence, now you have it. I mean, wow, this stuff's coming every hour, and instead of like a year, they were celebrating. And now they're crying, begging the master of grace. We got all these problems here. I said, wait a minute, that's your supposed to come about your problems. You have to work those out. No transportation, I mean, no planes or nowhere. I fly the planes and drive trucks and boats and stuff, and you go and get this stuff. What you done that for? You wanted this, you got it. So go ahead and get to train your own pilots, build your own planes, build your own boats, and right? You see what I'm saying? Transportation, build your own trucks. What you got for? Well, Master, you said you wanted 6 states, you got it. You want $1 million per person. That was the reparations. So now if you never pay people to take care of this, how's that our problem? You're independent now. You're really free now. Oops, no fuel, the gas station's empty. I can't drive, eh? No gas. Yes, wow. All this stuff happened like for a year. Everything was great, and all of a sudden everything ran out. So guess what happened? Everything was good when they got it, and it ran out. They had to replace it, pay the fuel, get the farms going. So they was left with that stuff.
the factory was full, four houses full, and you had to keep, they thought that was just going, I guess they thought it was just going to be there, just by itself. They didn't prepare for it. See? And they ain't trained any engineers and scientists and architects and stuff. They didn't train anybody. So Farrakhan, he told you he don't get this for you, but he don't pay you for it. He didn't get anybody to handle this stuff. So what was that all about? So I said, Master, hey, don't call on me. You was here, you had it when you was here with me. You said you want independence, you want to have reparations, so you gave it to you. Well, calling your brothers over there. They left, they handled their own business. You said you want to stay here. Right? Don't have any professionals or technicians, scientists, doctors, none of that. See? That's what, because if you're going to set reparation, you should be paying for that, right? So if he was telling you about reparation, you should be paying for it. If he said, God said that's where he's going to get you, so God told him he's going to get that for you, then he should, like when God told Noah there was a flood coming, told him to build an ark, he started building an ark. And so you should start preparing for the 6 states, and the reparations, apparently you didn't. So now, it tells you, look, hold it. We want total separation. Look, we don't want you call us no more. We don't want you call us no more. Because you're wearing us. You run your own country. You got your own land. Right? You got money, $1 million, all this stuff, right? So now we got to protect your money and everything too? No, you have to create your own money. You have to do all these things, your own wealth, not ours. Right? So we're going to cut you off from that too. That's all economics. So they're going to tell all the people, all the white folks, right? Because all the black folks, all the black folks is either in Arabia or in those 6 states. That's the solution. It'd be one way or the other. There couldn't be no integration, that kind of stuff. That's the deal. You said one or the other. So all the black folks are here, ain't no integration, that kind of stuff. Right? Was it one or the other? So they're there. So they said, okay, right? So they just said, we're going to take our money because we don't know what y'all do over there. You have your own money, you have your own wealth. So they do this. They tell all the white folks, say, protect your money. Right? Transfer your money into gold. All your dollars into gold. Now remember, they gave everybody $1 million apiece. So everybody got $1 million apiece, right? They say transfer it to gold. And then what happens is what they do is they start just printing money. Just start printing money. You understand what that means? It's inflation. Because if you got $1 million of gold, $1 million ounces of gold, say $1 million ounces of gold, understand this, and you got 1 million certificates, then you say each certificate is worth 1 ounce. If you got 1 million ounce, each certificate is worth 1 ounce. Understand that? If you got 1 million ounces of gold, and you got 1 million certificates, each one of those certificates is worth 1 million. If you want to say trade with the certificates, each one of the certificates is worth 1 ounce of gold. But if you take and print, say you got 1 million ounces of gold, and you got 1 million certificates. Each one, but say you print twice as many certificates, you got 2 million. Well, then each certificate is only worth 50 cents now. But you got to connect that to the gold. You print 4 times, then each one is worth a quarter. So the more you print, the less they worth, because those certificates have to equal what the gold is. See, so the more you print money, the less, right? The less they're worth. So if you print twice as much money, right, then less gold. You understand? So $1 is worth 1 ounce of gold. That's right. Then if you print
double that amount of dollars, then each one's worth half an ounce. You understand? That's printing money without increasing your wealth does. That's inflation. So what happens is, they keep printing. They get down to where $100 is worth a penny. See, that doesn't affect their people. They try to protect their money because they transfer their money to gold. So gold still has its value. It's just the dollars don't. It's still got the same amount of gold. But the dollars, they get down to a penny. So you can't buy it. You get $1 million, now $1 million worth of $5. That's all it's worth. $1. Hardly worth anything. Otherwise, budget, hey, that's our money. You gotta have your money, you gotta control your wealth. You can't keep coming at us what you're doing. And you think they will do that? You've been a gossip lately? You see what happened to the trees they made the so-called natives kept telling me at fault time because they kept making trees, but then they broke the trees. They took their land and genocide everything else. But no, they wouldn't do that to you. See? Because now you have, your money's worth nothing. They haven't lost anything. Because once that money's worthless, it's no good, right? Then you burn it up, it's all away, it's worth nothing. People still got gold, and even if they take it, hold on the money, hope it increase again, they just use another certificate, use another form of money. So it's still worth nothing. The $1 million you had, you was happy with now, it's probably worth maybe $1. So you can't buy anything $1. Plus the economy's crap because everything is failing and you don't know how to repair it. You don't have the communications, you don't have to do any of this stuff. Engineer, but how should I know anything? Because it's our company. Right? He didn't know how to prepare you. He told you to give 6 days. He told you, this many. Right? Now, you're broke. The economy's gone. There's no food, no electricity, no power, anything. It's not their fault. They gave you what you asked for. You still have to inheritance for that. And then they closed the border. Because you're going to try to get back into America now. We want to come back in, Master. No, we don't want you back in here. We sorry, we want to come in. No. As you chose, you stay there. They closed the border so you can't get back in here. You can't get back in America, what you call your land now? Swaziland or something? Farrakhan. They call it Farrakhan. Farrakhan. They make the Farrakhan. Right? So they close the borders, you can't. Because now you're hungry and everything else, your money's worthless. Oh God, I come back, man, I come back work for you, I work for Popeye, I do anything you want. No, they were in Arabia or they in that land. There are no blacks in America, any places, just in that land, and those that you 6 days. And then you're starving, you ain't got no, your money's worthless, nothing works, and they close the border. Then you see Master Anthony on the phone, he told the guy, you get feed and help you. He finally got rid of niggas. Finally got rid of them. So you see on the phone, yeah, it worked. We saw them in Revelation, we put them that said used car, they turned the miles back and everything else, and they bought it. They could have had a BMW. They could have had a Lamborghini. They sold it for BMW. Good. Damn thing didn't work. Now, it's starving. Living in tents. Praying. So what? What we gonna do, Farrakhan? What we gonna do, Farrakhan? You told us to take reparations, so we did. But they gave us everything we asked for. What we gonna do, Farrakhan? What we gonna do? Pray.
That's his answer. Pray, pray, pray. That's your reparations. Like Elijah Muhammad said, in a big picture. Leave him, the black staying on the shore, the one stay behind, the devil's whooping their ass. But they thought you think they would give you some land, take care of you? They didn't want to do that. They go bankrupt, give everybody $1 million, you know what it is? 17 million, that was 17 million times, 17 million times a million is like $17 trillion, I think, something like that. What are they going to do that for you? They want to get rid of you. So now they have to see it. Because they close the border, what you going to do? When you want to fight, they come out, they close the border. They got the military around there. They finally got rid of you. No more black problem, no more Negro problem anymore. Who's out of here? And those groups that's here, they're gone. And I have to clean. And gave what they wanted. Or anything. God honors contracts. I mean, on the contract with Jacob. Esau sold his birthright for a bowl of soup to Jacob. It was Esau's inheritance. And God honored it. Okay, Jacob, it's yours. You're the one. And that's the deal. Because he ain't your friend. Pharaoh ain't your friend. Pray, pray, pray. That's the answer. This homeland you was promised, you never rejected it. So now you got what you asked for. So they gave you reparations today or tomorrow. How would that scenario not play out like that? What they say, okay, you got it. Tell them that scenario wouldn't play out like that. And tell them why they wouldn't do it. They love you so much, they can say, okay, we're going to take care of him. And I said, why did they take care of you when he was right here? He was working at Popeyes and then they get up on Section 8 other stuff right here. Because you know they're trying to get rid of stuff right now. Trump's trying to give all that stuff right now. Because they're closing on you don't realize it. Anyway, that's just, that's what's happening in America. Wow. Of course, it's a disaster over there. I just got a call. Well, really? You serious? Our ambassador just got a call from I don't know what they call it Conland or something. I forgot what it's something called right there. That's it. They begged us to come and help. Can they come over here? Can we come and get them? Really? Can we come and get them? Bring them? Oh no! And he even asked there's Master Fard Muhammad right there. He said, no, hell no. We ain't going to get them. I agree with that. Yeah, the bastard said he's called him and he passed the word to Master Fard Muhammad. Master Muhammad said, send him back. Listen, no, we can't come and get you. You chose, you made your choice, live with it. Or die, whatever the situation is. Wow. I can't do that. They actually sent a message over. Well, they did, I don't have any communication, but somehow they got the information over to them. Said, would you please come and get them? Nope. No, tell them no. And don't waste time communicating with us anymore. You got your land, you got your reparations, you got your money, you got Farrakhan's in here. Yeah, tell them, talk to them, let them straighten out for you. You want to sell your idea, you have to sell them. So you want an idea of reparations, we told you. Right? Suleiman Bay, he was the messenger to you, telling you, look man, let's go home. You said no, you chose not to. Okay,
Okay, well, since that's a sad story. Guess that's it, huh? Is that it? Oh, they might get more reports. Okay, he says that was a Matthew Muhammad's final decision, and I think they closed communications off from there. So that's it, brothers and sisters. We got those bags that came in. All that came in today. I mean, I came in fast. After a whole year. Total collapse. They're begging it. Somebody help me. We can't do it. They didn't ask to help you. We won't do it. That's not what we do. Update, brothers and sisters, got another late report in. They said, well, if you won't come and get us food, we at least send some food. They begged them, please send some food. That's what I'm saying, I'm not sending a damn thing, nothing, zero. He said, please just send some food. Just got that in. He says, can you come and get it? Please send some food. He says, no. Refuse. That's a report. I just got the information from the ambassador. He said that he's ready to meet. He says, no. He said, please, just please send us some food. He said, no. Go no way. You made your choice. Case closed. Just got that in, bro. It's just, that's not like him.